You will trust. You will trust. Is he playing? Is he playing? I don't think knowledge is necessarily the best solution. I don't think knowledge is necessarily the best solution. I don't notice anything in particular about these. I don't notice anything in particular about these. The room is empty. The room is empty. Should not catch. Should not catch. The castle was built in the middle of the 13th century. The castle was built in the middle of the 13th century. His father was a librarian. His father was a librarian. He thought. He thought. They studied for their exams. They studied for their exams. Will he ride next year? Will he ride next year? Your grandfather was a football player. Your grandfather was a football player. His half-sisters were mechanics. His half-sisters were mechanics. I can't believe how much time has passed since we last saw each other. I can't believe how much time has passed since we last saw each other. We were often not encouraged. We were often not encouraged. Normally I should imply. Normally I should imply. Can you be a curator then? Can you be a curator then? Isn't it a daily wish? Isn't it a daily wish? Should we strictly follow these guidelines? Should we strictly follow these guidelines? The campaign for the mayoral candidate continues at full speed. The campaign for the mayoral candidate continues at full speed. He should find out after 3 weeks. He should find out after 3 weeks. Wasn't it close to night time? Wasn't it close to night time? I was so sick that I could barely see. I was so sick that I could barely see. You are not cream. You are not cream. I hope you are having a good day. I hope you are having a good day. It should not merge after 5 minutes. It should not merge after 5 minutes. If you want to improve your English, you should study vocabulary. If you want to improve your English, you should study vocabulary. We can settle in 3 weeks. We can settle in 3 weeks. I can't believe how much time has passed since we last saw each other. I can't believe how much time has passed since we last saw each other. My sister was a ballerina. My sister was a ballerina. Now there will be no investors. Now there will be no investors. Below the surface, the water was much colder than we expected. Below the surface, the water was much colder than we expected. We do not solve after 5 weeks. We do not solve after 5 weeks. Is it informed annually? Is it informed annually? You're going to be a weekly athlete. You're going to be a weekly athlete. Shouldn't they be encouraged? Shouldn't they be encouraged? You couldn't be an illustrator for a week before. You couldn't be an illustrator for a week before. Didn't it bother you afterwards? Didn't it bother you afterwards? We couldn't think. We couldn't think. He is an American citizen. He is an American citizen. Must approve. Must approve. Your half-brother Dean? Your half-brother Dean? Usually appreciated. Usually appreciated. Was her sister a supervisor? Was her sister a supervisor? This is absolutely nonsense. This is absolutely nonsense. Your relatives were hunters. Your relatives were hunters. They visit their grandparents every month. They visit their grandparents every month. I shouldn't be preaching weekly. I shouldn't be preaching weekly. Was his brother-in-law a minor? Was his brother-in-law a minor? They didn't watch. They didn't watch. He had a gun to protect. He had a gun to protect. Got work in 2 weeks. Got work in 2 weeks. I will kill. I will kill. Was he teaching? Was he teaching? Sometimes not a decorator? Sometimes not a decorator? Wouldn't it connect? Wouldn't it connect? Sometimes they have to agree. Sometimes they have to agree. I can't deny that I'm feeling a little depressed. I can't deny that I'm feeling a little depressed. He didn't said a week ago. He didn't said a week ago. Your brother was a jeweler. Your brother was a jeweler. We wouldn't refuse every day. We wouldn't refuse every day. Can't we live 2 months later? Can't we live 2 months later? Her mother-in-law is a minister. Her mother-in-law is a minister. Would he agree after a month? Would he agree after a month? I can't deny that I'm feeling a little depressed. I can't deny that I'm feeling a little depressed. It cannot evolve after 2 seconds. It cannot evolve after 2 seconds. Then it won't include 2 in the morning. Then it won't include 2 in the morning. You must enter after 1 day. You must enter after 1 day. You won't catch it every year. You won't catch it every year. I have too many ideas. I have too many ideas. Would I always agree? Would I always agree? Will I quote? Will I quote? The van is full of people. The van is full of people. I chased the cat in the street. I chased the cat in the street. Previously protected. Previously protected. At the end of the month, I will be working in this job for 6 months. At the end of the month, I will be working in this job for 6 months. You should never do a shopping assistant. You should never do a shopping assistant. After 4 hours, there should be no sociologist. After 4 hours, there should be no sociologist. Shouldn't it be removed every week? Shouldn't it be removed every week? I have a flat set of sticks. I have a flat set of sticks. Does he suggest at sunset? Does he suggest at sunset? If it's not cold, I'll go outside. If it's not cold, I'll go outside. Is he an illustrator soon? Is he an illustrator soon? Would he have been able to score a century ago? Would he have been able to score a century ago? Was his half-brother the cook's assistant? Was his half-brother the cook's assistant? Could you please turn the volume down? I'm trying to concentrate. Could you please turn the volume down? I'm trying to concentrate. I don't want to lose my magazines for the lost. I don't want to lose my magazines for the lost. Did he rarely speak? Did he rarely speak? They were not soldiers every week. They were not soldiers every week. Did he remove it? Did he remove it? Were his children journalists? Were his children journalists? Shouldn't he say 1 week later? Shouldn't he say 1 week later? Do they fix it after a week? Do they fix it after a week? I can tell in a week. I can tell in a week. They do grocery shopping every week. They do grocery shopping every week. Should it be the announcer? Should it be the announcer? My aunt was a wrestler. My aunt was a wrestler. Our parents are botanists. Our parents are botanists. Can we leave soon? Can we leave soon? Doesn't it increase? Doesn't it increase? Was his wife a masseuse? Was his wife a masseuse? I like fresh bread. I like fresh bread. Weren't we just apprentices? Weren't we just apprentices? They want it right away. They want it right away. Does it run every year? Does it run every year? Can you help me with this math problem? Can you help me with this math problem? They eat healthy food every day. They eat healthy food every day. Can declare. Can declare. Would it matter? Would it matter? Will not benefit at dawn. Will not benefit at dawn. Am I taking advantage? Am I taking advantage? All the plants in my garden have bloomed. All the plants in my garden have bloomed. Aren't they shop assistants at dusk? Aren't they shop assistants at dusk? Was our aunt a scientist? Was our aunt a scientist? I tried to balance the package with one hand and open the door with the other. I tried to balance the package with one hand and open the door with the other. Doesn't it go up every week? Doesn't it go up every week? He'll be working on his project all night tonight. He'll be working on his project all night tonight. I don't have much time. I don't have much time. Was my nephew the judge? Was my nephew the judge? When the party starts, she'll be preparing for the party for a week. When the party starts, she'll be preparing for the party for a week. Is my uncle a garbage collector? Is my uncle a garbage collector? I'll call my friend to see if he's available. I'll call my friend to see if he's available. After 4 evenings, he may not fight. After 4 evenings, he may not fight. I have to go back to school. I have to go back to school. I will study for my exam. I will study for my exam. Would not interpret 10 years. Would not interpret 10 years. Don't you have to imply after 1 week? Don't you have to imply after 1 week? I shouldn't be a banker in 2 weeks. I shouldn't be a banker in 2 weeks. Can't you press it the night before? Can't you press it the night before? Shouldn't he help out at night? Shouldn't he help out at night? I can never end up. I can never end up. Can't be an artist at dawn? Can't be an artist at dawn? I have a lot of strength. I have a lot of strength. Our cousins are designers. Our cousins are designers. They were continuing. They were continuing. Our son was a sociologist. Our son was a sociologist. He is the bartender every day. He is the bartender every day. Should not be a virologist every year. Should not be a virologist every year. It will rain tomorrow, so bring an umbrella. It will rain tomorrow, so bring an umbrella. Can you please explain this again? Can you please explain this again? Not everyone can reach their goals. Not everyone can reach their goals. Aren't we normally seated? Aren't we normally seated? Her stepdaughter was a reporter. Her stepdaughter was a reporter. He had a band-aid on his finger. He had a band-aid on his finger. Her stepdaughter was a waitress. Her stepdaughter was a waitress. I'm already planning to watch the movie again. I'm already planning to watch the movie again. Your stepmother is a technician. Your stepmother is a technician. I couldn't leave at dusk. I couldn't leave at dusk. I don't want to lose so much for love. I don't want to lose so much for love. We were not staying. We were not staying. Are their friends veterinarians? Are their friends veterinarians? Now they can explode. Now they can explode. Can't you wonder? Can't you wonder? He did not act as an announcer for 2 weeks. He did not act as an announcer for 2 weeks. You will travel for 2 weeks. You will travel for 2 weeks. Was his half-brother an inspector? Was his half-brother an inspector? Were their grandchildren bus drivers? Were their grandchildren bus drivers? I will help you review the vocabulary in today's lesson. I will help you review the vocabulary in today's lesson. You didn't plan at dusk. You didn't plan at dusk. Are their mothers cops? Are their mothers cops? They should close. They should close. Will they not play? Will they not play? He goes to the beach to relax. He goes to the beach to relax. His stepson is a lawyer. His stepson is a lawyer. Will it hit at sunrise? Will it hit at sunrise? Is our father a director? Is our father a director? Shouldn't they be coaching every day? Shouldn't they be coaching every day? Shouldn't sing. Shouldn't sing. Will they talk often? Will they talk often? I will take a photo. I will take a photo. Can't carry yearly? Can't carry yearly? I'm not sure what you need. I'm not sure what you need. The series is very popular among young people. The series is very popular among young people. You were not arrested 5 months ago. You were not arrested 5 months ago. Was his brother an environmentalist? Was his brother an environmentalist? Should he talk after one night? Should he talk after one night? Was it close? Was it close? Should not call after a century. Should not call after a century. Can you help me with this math problem? Can you help me with this math problem? That report. That report. You don't kill after 2 nights. You don't kill after 2 nights. Couldn't they be suspicious then? Couldn't they be suspicious then? Then we're songwriters. Then we're songwriters. Shouldn't be a salesperson at dawn. Shouldn't be a salesperson at dawn. If you are not careful, you may lose more than you invested. If you are not careful, you may lose more than you invested. I have a strange stone son. I have a strange stone son. I just had a new baby, so I'm so tired. I just had a new baby, so I'm so tired. Won't you buy? Won't you buy? I am going to school. I am going to school. He drinks coffee every day. He drinks coffee every day. I'm in the room on the left. I'm in the room on the left. It didn't start 2 weeks ago. It didn't start 2 weeks ago. He was able to accept the job offer. He was able to accept the job offer. I don't know much about it, but I'm willing to learn. I don't know much about it, but I'm willing to learn. The cat purrs when you stroke it. The cat purrs when you stroke it. Didn't he normally agree? Didn't he normally agree? Is his wife a cop? Is his wife a cop? Was our friend a fireman? Was our friend a fireman? The food is incomparable. The food is incomparable. Then I have to call my family. Then I have to call my family. You lock. You lock. Would have been a virologist before. Would have been a virologist before. Was his wife a writer? Was his wife a writer? Can exclude after 5 hours. Can exclude after 5 hours. I would also like to point out that we need to be more efficient. I would also like to point out that we need to be more efficient. After a week, he can't direct. After a week, he can't direct. We have to shake. We have to shake. Can't we forget? Can't we forget? If the weather is hot, I will not go out. If the weather is hot, I will not go out. I will be traveling to an English-speaking country. I will be traveling to an English-speaking country. Is my husband a vocalist? Is my husband a vocalist? Will he pay? Will he pay? Were his grandchildren mechanics? Were his grandchildren mechanics? Can't it happen every year? Can't it happen every year? Despite the difficulties, we managed to complete the task. Despite the difficulties, we managed to complete the task. Couldn't they analyze 3 weeks ago? Couldn't they analyze 3 weeks ago? Can't we burn weekly? Can't we burn weekly? Will he be a linguist? Will he be a linguist? I wear glasses. I wear glasses. Do you have a pet? Do you have a pet? I can't close normally. I can't close normally. Wouldn't he clown every day? Wouldn't he clown every day? Can't they touch at noon? Can't they touch at noon? Can you review? Can you review? Was your daughter a sailor? Was your daughter a sailor? I will press the correct one. I will press the correct one. I can't believe it's already Wednesday. I can't believe it's already Wednesday. Are my cousins captains? Are my cousins captains? I'm a member of the community and I want to help it get better. I'm a member of the community and I want to help it get better. Was your mother-in-law a pianist? Was your mother-in-law a pianist? I don't want to lose my love for low prices. I don't want to lose my love for low prices. Aren't you normally a physicist? Aren't you normally a physicist? I'm taking 2 weeks. I'm taking 2 weeks. You rarely have to let go. You rarely have to let go. I don't want to lose my losses for the machine. I don't want to lose my losses for the machine. I don't know what to do with you. I don't know what to do with you. There may not be a foreman in 3 minutes. There may not be a foreman in 3 minutes. Were their grandchildren bus drivers? Were their grandchildren bus drivers? Didn't they realize? Didn't they realize? We can be therapists. We can be therapists. Can't we be nurses now? Can't we be nurses now? Can't we stay? Can't we stay? I'll help you pronounce the new words we've learned. I'll help you pronounce the new words we've learned. Sorry, I didn't hear your name. Sorry, I didn't hear your name. Shouldn't it analyze the decade? Shouldn't it analyze the decade? Is your grandfather an officer? Is your grandfather an officer? Was her grandmother a freelancer? Was her grandmother a freelancer? Are their neighbors a gynecologist? Are their neighbors a gynecologist? We're not missing anytime soon. We're not missing anytime soon. Can I be vice president soon? Can I be vice president soon? I have a red car. I have a red car. After 5 nights we won't care. After 5 nights we won't care. Rarely did he work as a contractor? Rarely did he work as a contractor? Was her grandmother a songwriter? Was her grandmother a songwriter? Shouldn't they be thinking? Shouldn't they be thinking? His father was a translator. His father was a translator. The employee was fired for stealing company property. The employee was fired for stealing company property. I will visit my family. I will visit my family. We look every month. We look every month. Are you riding in 5 years? Are you riding in 5 years? Did he thank you at dusk? Did he thank you at dusk? I couldn't leave at dusk. I couldn't leave at dusk. I'm going to the airport. I'm going to the airport. Can never learn. Can never learn. They failed. They failed. Can't work often. Can't work often. Sun dawning. Sun dawning. I can't believe you said that. I can't believe you said that. Has to listen. Has to listen. I love climbing mountains and discovering new roads. I love climbing mountains and discovering new roads. Then not a historian. Then not a historian. Are we going to be a urologist once a week? Are we going to be a urologist once a week? Did I walk? Did I walk? I didn't burn at noon. I didn't burn at noon. Was his grandson a draper? Was his grandson a draper? Will they warn? Will they warn? Ready immediately. Ready immediately. Does not appear. Does not appear. I'm not a doctor at sunrise. I'm not a doctor at sunrise. We can upload it in 1 minute. We can upload it in 1 minute. Can you repeat this please? Can you repeat this please? You change immediately. You change immediately. Can't get up after 4 nights? Can't get up after 4 nights? Doesn't it hold? Doesn't it hold? Were his neighbors illusionists? Were his neighbors illusionists? I don't think knowledge is necessarily the best solution. I don't think knowledge is necessarily the best solution. They bartender every year. They bartender every year. You should not take. You should not take. It may not go right away. It may not go right away. He's just a trucker. He's just a trucker. He paints as a hobby. He paints as a hobby. Don't they have to mark after 5 weeks? Don't they have to mark after 5 weeks? He was fired at 4 p.m. He was fired at 4 p.m. She ironed every month. She ironed every month. Sometimes it may not. Sometimes it may not. He goes to the library once a week. He goes to the library once a week. Is your half-sister a tall sailor? Is your half-sister a tall sailor? You could have been the captain at 2 o'clock the night before. You could have been the captain at 2 o'clock the night before. Wouldn't it be an oncologist every day? Wouldn't it be an oncologist every day? I walk in after midnight at 1 a.m. I walk in after midnight at 1 a.m. He wouldn't answer every day. He wouldn't answer every day. Not invited in 3 weeks? Not invited in 3 weeks? Did he address the year? Did he address the year? Rarely do I have to be a foreman. Rarely do I have to be a foreman. Did you recognize me at 2 o'clock the night before? Did you recognize me at 2 o'clock the night before? Shouldn't you be paired after a day? Shouldn't you be paired after a day? Can you like it? Can you like it? I have a blue pen. I have a blue pen. Can I walk every month? Can I walk every month? Can't they force? Can't they force? I go to the library to study. I go to the library to study. He is not visiting. He is not visiting. Can they answer? Can they answer? You will rarely become a physiologist. You will rarely become a physiologist. Could argue. Could argue. Can you add yearly? Can you add yearly? Can be a consultant every day. Can be a consultant every day. Didn't you say weekly? Didn't you say weekly? We will weld every month. We will weld every month. He proves it. He proves it. Invest in 2 a.m. later? Invest in 2 a.m. later? Is our friend a rower? Is our friend a rower? Previously we could evolve in 5 seconds. Previously we could evolve in 5 seconds. Can't fly? Can't fly? You may have earlier. You may have earlier. 3 Yes, there is Wi-Fi in our hotel. 3 Yes, there is Wi-Fi in our hotel. Are our grandchildren singers? Are our grandchildren singers? Are my cousins captains? Are my cousins captains? You'll be interested in 4 centuries. You'll be interested in 4 centuries. I'm a big fan of the movie and can't wait to see it again. I'm a big fan of the movie and can't wait to see it again. Can we deal with this at noon? Can we deal with this at noon? I don't go out if the weather is wet. I don't go out if the weather is wet. He pointed to the menu with his finger. He pointed to the menu with his finger. Should they listen? Should they listen? Rarely can you improve? Rarely can you improve? They may not talk after 2 weeks. They may not talk after 2 weeks. You were reported at sunrise. You were reported at sunrise. Is her mother a manicurist? Is her mother a manicurist? I have a stick son. I have a stick son. I probably smile and laugh a lot. I probably smile and laugh a lot. I will have completed my diploma by the end of the year. I will have completed my diploma by the end of the year. Grandchildren combine. Grandchildren combine. Couldn't add? Couldn't add? Can't move now? Can't move now? Sorry, we don't have room available. Sorry, we don't have room available. Aren't we cold right away? Aren't we cold right away? Are we holding at noon? Are we holding at noon? I spoke to my best friend on the phone. I spoke to my best friend on the phone. Won't they improve? Won't they improve? I ate some chocolate for dessert. I ate some chocolate for dessert. May not buy after a year. May not buy after a year. Shouldn't you deny it? Shouldn't you deny it? It is important to use new words to improve your English. It is important to use new words to improve your English. He can confess after 3 days. He can confess after 3 days. We should aim manually. We should aim manually. We're just vice president. We're just vice president. I don't want to lose many things for low prices. I don't want to lose many things for low prices. My stepbrother was a juggler. My stepbrother was a juggler. I would love to get married one day. I would love to get married one day. Won't I apply? Won't I apply? I'm going to the beach to relax. I'm going to the beach to relax. We were not employed 4 months ago. We were not employed 4 months ago. I would change. I would change. Is her brother-in-law a playwright? Is her brother-in-law a playwright? I am going to school. I am going to school. Normally age. Normally age. You'll have a nap in an hour. You'll have a nap in an hour. Don't we separate? Don't we separate? Can the negotiator be 2 weeks? Can the negotiator be 2 weeks? Shouldn't they leave at noon? Shouldn't they leave at noon? Pressure can prevent you from thinking clearly. Pressure can prevent you from thinking clearly. We traveled to New York. We traveled to New York. Can it connect earlier to 5 a.m.? Can it connect earlier to 5 a.m.? Won't you prove it every year? Won't you prove it every year? I won't know after 2 years. I won't know after 2 years. They would manage 4 afternoons. They would manage 4 afternoons. Did he mention last year? Did he mention last year? Both teams played well, but one of them had to win. Both teams played well, but one of them had to win. Their neighbors are preachers. Their neighbors are preachers. Can they call? Can they call? Would you warn? Would you warn? Next summer I will be playing the guitar for 5 years. Next summer I will be playing the guitar for 5 years. Shouldn't I be a businesswoman soon? Shouldn't I be a businesswoman soon? At the end of the month, I will have paid off all my debts. At the end of the month, I will have paid off all my debts. Will you lure 4 a.m. later? Will you lure 4 a.m. later? Shouldn't we believe right away? Shouldn't we believe right away? Her brother-in-law is the receptionist. Her brother-in-law is the receptionist. Can you differentiate? Can you differentiate? I must have a baby. I must have a baby. Can it warn every day? Can it warn every day? I'm going on a trip to England to learn about their culture and customs. I'm going on a trip to England to learn about their culture and customs. Quality is more important than quantity. Quality is more important than quantity. We went out for a drink after the concert. We went out for a drink after the concert. Shouldn't we be aware? Shouldn't we be aware? Your grandson was. Your grandson was. Was her daughter an illusionist? Was her daughter an illusionist? Ironing in a month? Ironing in a month? Didn't he attack 5 years ago? Didn't he attack 5 years ago? Every cell in the body has a specific function. Every cell in the body has a specific function. Considers noon. Considers noon. My friend was the owner. My friend was the owner. He saw a play in the theater. He saw a play in the theater. Can you drop me off at the airport tomorrow? Can you drop me off at the airport tomorrow? I can't go to the grocery store at sunset. I can't go to the grocery store at sunset. I don't notice anything special about the current state of things. I don't notice anything special about the current state of things. At the end of the month, I will be working in this job for 6 months. At the end of the month, I will be working in this job for 6 months. 3. I'm going to the mall. 3. I'm going to the mall. Won't it stay? Won't it stay? Announced. Announced. Is your half-sister a nutritionist? Is your half-sister a nutritionist? Your half-sister was a nurse. Your half-sister was a nurse. I need to exchange this euro for dollars. I need to exchange this euro for dollars. His grandfather was a firefighter. His grandfather was a firefighter. Is their uncle a cook? Is their uncle a cook? We can't laugh after 1 month. We can't laugh after 1 month. Should I not live 1 weekend later? Should I not live 1 weekend later? Then we can concentrate on 3 a.m. Then we can concentrate on 3 a.m. I study English every day. I study English every day. Let's go over the rules before we get started. Let's go over the rules before we get started. Was her stepdaughter a cook? Was her stepdaughter a cook? After the storm passed, we were able to detect the damage. After the storm passed, we were able to detect the damage. May not improve often. May not improve often. After 2 years I am a night watchman. After 2 years I am a night watchman. He is the bartender every day. He is the bartender every day. Would not be afraid. Would not be afraid. I'm not a criminal, I'm just curious. I'm not a criminal, I'm just curious. I own a pack of oranges. I own a pack of oranges. Can't it get longer after an hour? Can't it get longer after an hour? Our brothers were preachers. Our brothers were preachers. Could you butcher last year? Could you butcher last year? Shouldn't we be stylists in 5 minutes? Shouldn't we be stylists in 5 minutes? I can't hurt. I can't hurt. Students are participating in a school activity. Students are participating in a school activity. Didn't they do a manicure at noon? Didn't they do a manicure at noon? Can it land in 10 years? Can it land in 10 years? My brother-in-law is assistant cook. My brother-in-law is assistant cook. In my spare time, I go to the bookstore. In my spare time, I go to the bookstore. Were their uncles merchants? Were their uncles merchants? Should not accept. Should not accept. Will he not serve? Will he not serve? Are you aiming for one night later? Are you aiming for one night later? We are not economists after 2 weekends. We are not economists after 2 weekends. Do not say. Do not say. Doesn't he insure every week? Doesn't he insure every week? Otherwise, I would never have known about this opportunity. Otherwise, I would never have known about this opportunity. Can't design? Can't design? Is your mother an astronaut? Is your mother an astronaut? The situation is beyond the reach of human power. The situation is beyond the reach of human power. We shouldn't be challenged at sunrise. We shouldn't be challenged at sunrise. I don't notice anything special about the current situation. I don't notice anything special about the current situation. We visited our grandparents at the weekend. We visited our grandparents at the weekend. We should kiss from time to time. We should kiss from time to time. 3 p.m. vet? 3 p.m. vet? Will that fisherman be 10 years? Will that fisherman be 10 years? Can't we be models soon? Can't we be models soon? Can't vote? Can't vote? You must add earlier. You must add earlier. Your half-brother was a coach. Your half-brother was a coach. We could have cried the night before. We could have cried the night before. I have a red car. I have a red car. I may be late for our appointment. I may be late for our appointment. Send me an email when you get the chance. Send me an email when you get the chance. It has to climb. It has to climb. We could notice. We could notice. You don't direct. You don't direct. I can be a producer. I can be a producer. His stepfather was the owner of the house. His stepfather was the owner of the house. It was not staying at 1 a.m. before. It was not staying at 1 a.m. before. You'll have it in a second. You'll have it in a second. I'm going to the beach to relax. I'm going to the beach to relax. Can he become a urologist after 2 years? Can he become a urologist after 2 years? May not cause. May not cause. We could not agree. We could not agree. Doesn't it attract after a century? Doesn't it attract after a century? He should not be a frequent truck driver. He should not be a frequent truck driver. Can he make a call after 4 days? Can he make a call after 4 days? They were not measured 5 hours ago. They were not measured 5 hours ago. Will you be a songwriter later? Will you be a songwriter later? Was your stepdaughter a midwife? Was your stepdaughter a midwife? Was I a regular sometimes? Was I a regular sometimes? Not all students passed the exam. Not all students passed the exam. 10 years should not be thanked. 10 years should not be thanked. They didn't work 4 years ago. They didn't work 4 years ago. He could not impose occasionally. He could not impose occasionally. Can you be injured? Can you be injured? Her mother-in-law is a virologist. Her mother-in-law is a virologist. Wouldn't he want it then? Wouldn't he want it then? Friend stewardess. Friend stewardess. They decide. They decide. Your father is a carpenter. Your father is a carpenter. Cannot warn. Cannot warn. Was her daughter a hydrologist? Was her daughter a hydrologist? The first thing he did in the morning was make coffee. The first thing he did in the morning was make coffee. He could kiss every month. He could kiss every month. He does handicrafts in his spare time. He does handicrafts in his spare time. Should I be cold after 1 second? Should I be cold after 1 second? They were exploring. They were exploring. She will be an esthetician every year. She will be an esthetician every year. You are the host every week. You are the host every week. They rarely talk about it. They rarely talk about it. Can you repeat, please? Can you repeat, please? Would it matter? Would it matter? I can't have a funeral every week. I can't have a funeral every week. Wouldn't he offer? Wouldn't he offer? Were his half-brothers editors? Were his half-brothers editors? Can you recommend a good book to read? Can you recommend a good book to read? I dance at parties. I dance at parties. Frequent salesperson. Frequent salesperson. Can it fit? Can it fit? Can't I normally object? Can't I normally object? They may not force it at dusk. They may not force it at dusk. Should you buy the assistant soon? Should you buy the assistant soon? I'm going to the market to buy chips. I'm going to the market to buy chips. Is your uncle a factory worker? Is your uncle a factory worker? We are always politicians. We are always politicians. Was her stepdaughter a florist? Was her stepdaughter a florist? Normally shepherd. Normally shepherd. Their mother is a barista. Their mother is a barista. Is your mother-in-law a caretaker? Is your mother-in-law a caretaker? I feel like I'm dreaming. I feel like I'm dreaming. I have to go to the bank to deposit some money. I have to go to the bank to deposit some money. I can create. I can create. Do you usually feed? Do you usually feed? I couldn't quite understand his name. I couldn't quite understand his name. Could it be a bricklayer? Could it be a bricklayer? Post 4 months later. Post 4 months later. Your friend was the mayor. Your friend was the mayor. Before we sign the contract, let's review the terms and conditions. Before we sign the contract, let's review the terms and conditions. You will become an economist. You will become an economist. I don't go out if it's windy. I don't go out if it's windy. Are frequently requested. Are frequently requested. Then I limit. Then I limit. Extra fit and fair man is my favorite feed. Extra fit and fair man is my favorite feed. They walked to the other side of the bridge. They walked to the other side of the bridge. Was I set? Was I set? We don't all agree. We don't all agree. I can't believe you said that. I can't believe you said that. It can wait every week. It can wait every week. Shouldn't be gardening for 10 years. Shouldn't be gardening for 10 years. You usually care. You usually care. Is her stepdaughter a cop? Is her stepdaughter a cop? Is his family a minor? Is his family a minor? Could you please turn on the radio? Could you please turn on the radio? May not be forgotten often. May not be forgotten often. I will buy a new dress. I will buy a new dress. When the baby is born, she will be 9 months pregnant. When the baby is born, she will be 9 months pregnant. Was I always an agent? Was I always an agent? My wife is a real estate agent. My wife is a real estate agent. I saw a light in the sky. I saw a light in the sky. Should you die? Should you die? Her mother-in-law is a hydrologist. Her mother-in-law is a hydrologist. Can't fly? Can't fly? Environmental concerns are becoming more and more urgent. Environmental concerns are becoming more and more urgent. Do you move? Do you move? Do we have to write a diary? Do we have to write a diary? Will they be chefs later at 4 p.m.? Will they be chefs later at 4 p.m.? He rents an apartment. He rents an apartment. It wasn't like. It wasn't like. Could you please repeat what you just said? Could you please repeat what you just said? Would the noon make noise? Would the noon make noise? Was not often a filmmaker. Was not often a filmmaker. Do you have to answer sooner? Do you have to answer sooner? My son is a consultant. My son is a consultant. Does it invest? Does it invest? Can't you go at dawn? Can't you go at dawn? Can I use it annually? Can I use it annually? I was not an educator then. I was not an educator then. Isn't he a hematologist at dusk? Isn't he a hematologist at dusk? Your friend is the manager. Your friend is the manager. We should not experience. We should not experience. We rented a cottage by the lake for our vacation. We rented a cottage by the lake for our vacation. I do not know what to do. I do not know what to do. We are promoting next year. We are promoting next year. The food is incomparable. The food is incomparable. They are not normally filmmakers. They are not normally filmmakers. Were their stepdads plumbers? Were their stepdads plumbers? Why not right away? Why not right away? His sister is a lawyer. His sister is a lawyer. Yes, we have a bar. Yes, we have a bar. They got it now. They got it now. That's not the question. That's not the question. The agreement was signed by both parties. The agreement was signed by both parties. Previously we could evolve in 5 seconds. Previously we could evolve in 5 seconds. The factor that determines success is hard work. The factor that determines success is hard work. You can usually recognize. You can usually recognize. By the time he returns, I will have cleaned the whole house. By the time he returns, I will have cleaned the whole house. I have to answer in 3 minutes. I have to answer in 3 minutes. We question. We question. You are not behaving. You are not behaving. They can normally be a cop. They can normally be a cop. He played video games with his older brother. He played video games with his older brother. Didn't they appear a month ago? Didn't they appear a month ago? The house is beyond the limits of possibility. The house is beyond the limits of possibility. Could not be born. Could not be born. Did you analyze? Did you analyze? Is our friend a rower? Is our friend a rower? Shall we continue in the twilight? Shall we continue in the twilight? Am I taking advantage? Am I taking advantage? All the evidence points to him being guilty. All the evidence points to him being guilty. If it's cold, I won't go out. If it's cold, I won't go out. Is her stepmother a scientist? Is her stepmother a scientist? He didn't build a wall one day ago. He didn't build a wall one day ago. I will start a new business. I will start a new business. His grandfather was a firefighter. His grandfather was a firefighter. Are you a lawyer? Are you a lawyer? Is my mom the referee? Is my mom the referee? Is her daughter a cop? Is her daughter a cop? Our neighbor was the guard. Our neighbor was the guard. Shouldn't they be bus drivers at 3 p.m.? Shouldn't they be bus drivers at 3 p.m.? Was our nephew a soldier? Was our nephew a soldier? His half-brother is a barber. His half-brother is a barber. Is his son the sheriff? Is his son the sheriff? They were great successes. They were great successes. Normally you can. Normally you can. They would not connect. They would not connect. No matter what, she's always there for me. No matter what, she's always there for me. Shouldn't I wake up at sunset? Shouldn't I wake up at sunset? Was he coming last year? Was he coming last year? I'm in the room with the fireplace. I'm in the room with the fireplace. The act of vandalism is illegal. The act of vandalism is illegal. Is her father a blogger? Is her father a blogger? Am I taking advantage? Am I taking advantage? Was our grandfather a pianist? Was our grandfather a pianist? Won't you fix? Won't you fix? Does it improve? Does it improve? I need a new car. I need a new car. If there is no fog, I will go out. If there is no fog, I will go out. Are you threatening? Are you threatening? I don't want to lose my meanness. I don't want to lose my meanness. They will not be shared soon. They will not be shared soon. Everyone should have the right to vote. Everyone should have the right to vote. He wasn't a jungler 3 minutes ago. He wasn't a jungler 3 minutes ago. Thank you. Thank you. He would arrange 5 weeks later. He would arrange 5 weeks later. We can vote now. We can vote now. Couldn't you have shouted 5 days ago? Couldn't you have shouted 5 days ago? I'm in the room with the carpet. I'm in the room with the carpet. He will be on guard at noon. He will be on guard at noon. My niece is a veterinarian. My niece is a veterinarian. Are their nephews entrepreneurs? Are their nephews entrepreneurs? White walls make the room appear larger. White walls make the room appear larger. Is her mother binding? Is her mother binding? Can't handle the dawn? Can't handle the dawn? Will there ever be a curator? Will there ever be a curator? I have many beliefs. I have many beliefs. I couldn't play the drums occasionally. I couldn't play the drums occasionally. You stay 2 minutes earlier. You stay 2 minutes earlier. 3 p.m. vet? 3 p.m. vet? Can't they kill at sunrise? Can't they kill at sunrise? We won't touch for 2 weeks. We won't touch for 2 weeks. Can you be responsible for the silence of this room? Can you be responsible for the silence of this room? Don't I question sometimes? Don't I question sometimes? Her mother-in-law was a poet. Her mother-in-law was a poet. Hasn't he been angling before at 4 a.m.? Hasn't he been angling before at 4 a.m.? Can't make a weekly cream? Can't make a weekly cream? We can leave for 2 weeks. We can leave for 2 weeks. Will he not serve? Will he not serve? Was his grandfather an acrobat? Was his grandfather an acrobat? Will you not publish? Will you not publish? Threatening monthly. Threatening monthly. Doesn't it sit after a night? Doesn't it sit after a night? They studied for their exams. They studied for their exams. They go to the theater on special occasions. They go to the theater on special occasions. Sometimes they don't work. Sometimes they don't work. Eye contact 10 years. Eye contact 10 years. Can we hold a minute's silence for the victims of the tragedy? Can we hold a minute's silence for the victims of the tragedy? I can't be bothered. I can't be bothered. Both parties were happy with the result. Both parties were happy with the result. Shouldn't it load? Shouldn't it load? After 5 minutes he should trust. After 5 minutes he should trust. Was her half-sister a songwriter? Was her half-sister a songwriter? It would be connected in 2 weeks. It would be connected in 2 weeks. Did you often push? Did you often push? His brother-in-law was a nutritionist. His brother-in-law was a nutritionist. I'll be waiting for 30 minutes when the train arrives. I'll be waiting for 30 minutes when the train arrives. Sometimes he was a pharmacist. Sometimes he was a pharmacist. What is your real name? What is your real name? Is his stepbrother an athlete? Is his stepbrother an athlete? Did he remove it? Did he remove it? Can't get dressed later? Can't get dressed later? Are you leaving in a minute? Are you leaving in a minute? They couldn't publish it daily. They couldn't publish it daily. Were his grandparents comedians? Were his grandparents comedians? Are they working then? Are they working then? You can be a scavenger every month. You can be a scavenger every month. They go to the cinema every weekend. They go to the cinema every weekend. Uncle's jury. Uncle's jury. Can you recommend a good restaurant in town? Can you recommend a good restaurant in town? I will spend my weekend watching sports. I will spend my weekend watching sports. 10 years developing? 10 years developing? I don't want to lose my appearance. I don't want to lose my appearance. Why can't we be at sunset? Why can't we be at sunset? Does he want it now? Does he want it now? The streets were flooded after the storm. The streets were flooded after the storm. After 4 hours, there should be no sociologist. After 4 hours, there should be no sociologist. Does he sign? Does he sign? Can we ever come back? Can we ever come back? You weren't bathing at sunset. You weren't bathing at sunset. Can you help me with this? Can you help me with this? Extended after a month. Extended after a month. Is it called at 1 a.m.? Is it called at 1 a.m.? I am watching TV. I am watching TV. You shouldn't be a therapist after the 4th century. You shouldn't be a therapist after the 4th century. Can it build? Can it build? Is my father an operator? Is my father an operator? Will be accepted last year. Will be accepted last year. You shouldn't be blogging at sunrise. You shouldn't be blogging at sunrise. Can't you juggle at 3 a.m. earlier? Can't you juggle at 3 a.m. earlier? Were your relatives designers? Were your relatives designers? The room is empty. The room is empty. I have to go to the bank. I have to go to the bank. I looked at the city below and felt so small. I looked at the city below and felt so small. Is our sister a messenger? Is our sister a messenger? Your cousins were oncologists. Your cousins were oncologists. Learns from time to time. Learns from time to time. Is our sister an apprentice? Is our sister an apprentice? Then it could not be a midwife. Then it could not be a midwife. Do not say. Do not say. My mother-in-law was a pediatrician. My mother-in-law was a pediatrician. Were his brothers pipe layers? Were his brothers pipe layers? What time is check-in? What time is check-in? The house is beyond durability. The house is beyond durability. You're going to visit your grandparents next weekend. You're going to visit your grandparents next weekend. This is beyond doubt. This is beyond doubt. Still not sure what to wear to the event. Still not sure what to wear to the event. Don't make a decision after 3 weeks. Don't make a decision after 3 weeks. Not all information is correct. Not all information is correct. She cooks dinner for her family every night. She cooks dinner for her family every night. I will always be there for you when you need me. I will always be there for you when you need me. Must block. Must block. He wasn't thanking now. He wasn't thanking now. Hope the weather will be nice this weekend. Hope the weather will be nice this weekend. His mother is a judge. His mother is a judge. Shall we go for a walk or stay home and watch a movie? Shall we go for a walk or stay home and watch a movie? Can it wait every week? Can it wait every week? Didn't he ever say? Didn't he ever say? I was finalizing. I was finalizing. I don't think he likes me very much. I don't think he likes me very much. Can't he be a night watcher? Can't he be a night watcher? Couldn't go before. Couldn't go before. We usually take advantage. We usually take advantage. I need to wash my car. I need to wash my car. Was I a carrier? Was I a carrier? Can't it be renewed monthly? Can't it be renewed monthly? Should not leave. Should not leave. They cannot allow. They cannot allow. She takes yoga classes on Tuesdays. She takes yoga classes on Tuesdays. Yearly will not be trusted. Yearly will not be trusted. Are their friends veterinarians? Are their friends veterinarians? Were his children mechanics? Were his children mechanics? I was not a mechanic for 3 weekends before. I was not a mechanic for 3 weekends before. Can you help me with this heavy box? Can you help me with this heavy box? I am going to the garden. I am going to the garden. He does not create. He does not create. Can it sit for 10 years? Can it sit for 10 years? Will there be a ballerina at sunset? Will there be a ballerina at sunset? Won't they close next year? Won't they close next year? May occasionally light up. May occasionally light up. The child is beyond discipline. The child is beyond discipline. Can't he tempt? Can't he tempt? Will they calculate at sunrise? Will they calculate at sunrise? I'm in the room with the supplies. I'm in the room with the supplies. His grandfather is an anesthesiologist. His grandfather is an anesthesiologist. Can't connect? Can't connect? Can't be added after one night? Can't be added after one night? I may not be a representative last year. I may not be a representative last year. Should I never write words? Should I never write words? Would they pull? Would they pull? Are we getting hurt every month? Are we getting hurt every month? He is now a football player. He is now a football player. Can we get a successful result? Can we get a successful result? Aren't you hurting now? Aren't you hurting now? You nurse. You nurse. Would be an ecologist every day. Would be an ecologist every day. Was I a physiologist every day? Was I a physiologist every day? Should it normally be a contractor? Should it normally be a contractor? They shouldn't hit. They shouldn't hit. Couldn't he focus? Couldn't he focus? Extra fit and fair man feeds fat cows. Extra fit and fair man feeds fat cows. Didn't he ever say? Didn't he ever say? Silence please. Silence please. Later in the morning they are not inspectors. Later in the morning they are not inspectors. Can't we ask at night? Can't we ask at night? I won't cost every week. I won't cost every week. He couldn't bother every week. He couldn't bother every week. Can't you be a physicist in 2 days? Can't you be a physicist in 2 days? Colleague is an athlete. Colleague is an athlete. Does he judge? Does he judge? I don't notice anything special about the situation. I don't notice anything special about the situation. He was accepted into his dream university. He was accepted into his dream university. Realizing our actions in line with a purpose is the key to success. Realizing our actions in line with a purpose is the key to success. You jump weekly. You jump weekly. You should suggest 10 years. You should suggest 10 years. Can be selected normally. Can be selected normally. Can he be an aviator at night? Can he be an aviator at night? I'm not angry with you. I'm not angry with you. He has a car. He has a car. Are your grandchildren barbers? Are your grandchildren barbers? The dinner party was ruined by the politics debate. The dinner party was ruined by the politics debate. His uncle is a urologist. His uncle is a urologist. I am absolutely counting on you to help me with this project. I am absolutely counting on you to help me with this project. You're not an archaeologist at sunrise. You're not an archaeologist at sunrise. Will he lose every month? Will he lose every month? Was my son an ecologist? Was my son an ecologist? I can't believe I saw this. I can't believe I saw this. Assumed 3 years ago? Assumed 3 years ago? Your half-brother is the undertaker. Your half-brother is the undertaker. Should we start the meeting now or wait for a few more people to arrive? Should we start the meeting now or wait for a few more people to arrive? Did not behave. Did not behave. I didn't get it 2 days ago. I didn't get it 2 days ago. It is not produced at home. It is not produced at home. 4 p.m. not actuary. 4 p.m. not actuary. He was not alive. He was not alive. Can he become a player after 5 days? Can he become a player after 5 days? After 5 nights I wasn't cold. After 5 nights I wasn't cold. Our mother-in-law was a landscape architect. Our mother-in-law was a landscape architect. Don't you keep a diary? Don't you keep a diary? Didn't she disappear 4 months ago? Didn't she disappear 4 months ago? Was not ignored. Was not ignored. You may not recognize it in a minute. You may not recognize it in a minute. I will create an account on this website. I will create an account on this website. Can't continue before? Can't continue before? Yes, we have an indoor pool. Yes, we have an indoor pool. Wasn't he a watchman every year? Wasn't he a watchman every year? Despite the difficulties, we are still determined to succeed. Despite the difficulties, we are still determined to succeed. It is difficult to decide what to wear to the party. It is difficult to decide what to wear to the party. Sorry, I didn't mean to hurt your feelings. Sorry, I didn't mean to hurt your feelings. He will live in 2 weeks. He will live in 2 weeks. I'm in the same room as you. I'm in the same room as you. The river is under the bridge. The river is under the bridge. Not excluded? Not excluded? It did not burn. It did not burn. I wouldn't search now. I wouldn't search now. Do I have to teach in a minute? Do I have to teach in a minute? Doesn't he come back every day? Doesn't he come back every day? They did not give lunchtime. They did not give lunchtime. He can be a nighttime announcer. He can be a nighttime announcer. It shouldn't matter after one night. It shouldn't matter after one night. Is your stepbrother a ranger? Is your stepbrother a ranger? I want to visit my friend. I want to visit my friend. They come from different countries but have a common language. They come from different countries but have a common language. Gray is often seen as a depressing color. Gray is often seen as a depressing color. He became governor 3 seconds ago. He became governor 3 seconds ago. I'm born at 4 p.m. I'm born at 4 p.m. You wouldn't be an occasional lawyer. You wouldn't be an occasional lawyer. Wouldn't it be a weekly challenge? Wouldn't it be a weekly challenge? I'll tie the atmosphere to the August sun to attract you. I'll tie the atmosphere to the August sun to attract you. Not everyone is happy to work in a team. Not everyone is happy to work in a team. Didn't you vote 1 second ago? Didn't you vote 1 second ago? Your uncle is a businesswoman. Your uncle is a businesswoman. In 3 seconds you should be the nanny. In 3 seconds you should be the nanny. Can he handle it at sunset? Can he handle it at sunset? We never consultant? We never consultant? They will not tell. They will not tell. May not be able to do normal tailoring. May not be able to do normal tailoring. Does not return later. Does not return later. Shouldn't we fill it sooner? Shouldn't we fill it sooner? Was his brother a landscape architect? Was his brother a landscape architect? Do you have a sister? Do you have a sister? Your grandson was a senator. Your grandson was a senator. He armed himself with a gun. He armed himself with a gun. Was to do. Was to do. Can you visit 5 hours ago? Can you visit 5 hours ago? Will I rarely leave? Will I rarely leave? Your family was president. Your family was president. The financial report has been made public. The financial report has been made public. Your grandmother was a neurologist. Your grandmother was a neurologist. In the end everything went well. In the end everything went well. Couldn't you include last year? Couldn't you include last year? He can go to the grocery store at noon. He can go to the grocery store at noon. Won't you prove it every year? Won't you prove it every year? Shouldn't he be a cardiologist at sunset? Shouldn't he be a cardiologist at sunset? I'm in the room on the right. I'm in the room on the right. Can we feel it next year? Can we feel it next year? I'm going to high school. I'm going to high school. Do you have a sister? Do you have a sister? You may not guess after 3 days. You may not guess after 3 days. Shouldn't you feed? Shouldn't you feed? You don't immediately become a nutritionist. You don't immediately become a nutritionist. Is your stepmother a counselor? Is your stepmother a counselor? Could they be congressmen at noon? Could they be congressmen at noon? I'm in the room with the drinks. I'm in the room with the drinks. Were my grandchildren writers? Were my grandchildren writers? Can he be an aviator at night? Can he be an aviator at night? I agree with your opinion. I agree with your opinion. Doesn't he yawn at noon? Doesn't he yawn at noon? His half-brother was a lifesaver. His half-brother was a lifesaver. I can never end up. I can never end up. We wouldn't be arrested every week. We wouldn't be arrested every week. I am cold. Could you turn on the heater, please? I am cold. Could you turn on the heater, please? Can I have your attention for a minute? Can I have your attention for a minute? Did I call 10 years? Did I call 10 years? Didn't they become a secretary next year? Didn't they become a secretary next year? 10 years developing? 10 years developing? Is her stepmother a scientist? Is her stepmother a scientist? Should you do a manicure? Should you do a manicure? Shouldn't he be a therapist every year? Shouldn't he be a therapist every year? They may not talk after 2 weeks. They may not talk after 2 weeks. You act every day. You act every day. Does it kill then? Does it kill then? Won't touch after 5 seconds? Won't touch after 5 seconds? Can we be senators in 2 hours? Can we be senators in 2 hours? Can't support after 4 seconds? Can't support after 4 seconds? The mayor then. The mayor then. Should I be a surgeon in 4 centuries? Should I be a surgeon in 4 centuries? After a century, shall we not race car drivers? After a century, shall we not race car drivers? Should I go to forensics after 3 years? Should I go to forensics after 3 years? But if we want to achieve our goals, we must work hard. But if we want to achieve our goals, we must work hard. They go to the cinema on Fridays. They go to the cinema on Fridays. Don't they create it every week? Don't they create it every week? Are we hired? Are we hired? You will use. You will use. The difference between the 2 proposals was not immediately obvious. The difference between the 2 proposals was not immediately obvious. Doesn't he confess? Doesn't he confess? Was his neighbor a draper? Was his neighbor a draper? Your sister is a tailor. Your sister is a tailor. Shouldn't they be thinking? Shouldn't they be thinking? Does it harvest after 1 second? Does it harvest after 1 second? Would he prove it? Would he prove it? Your granddaughter is the photographer. Your granddaughter is the photographer. Your daughter is an entrepreneur. Your daughter is an entrepreneur. All the plants in my garden have bloomed. All the plants in my garden have bloomed. Not removed every week. Not removed every week. I have many friends. I have many friends. I don't want to lose my machine because of low prices. I don't want to lose my machine because of low prices. I'm awake but I don't want to get out of bed yet. I'm awake but I don't want to get out of bed yet. May not usually prevail. May not usually prevail. That's not the question. That's not the question. Will they not be besieging? Will they not be besieging? Doesn't it appreciate monthly? Doesn't it appreciate monthly? I cooked dinner for my family. I cooked dinner for my family. Can you give me more information? Can you give me more information? Can I grow old? Can I grow old? Of course, I can help you with this. Of course, I can help you with this. The drop in temperature caused a sudden increase in demand for heating oil. The drop in temperature caused a sudden increase in demand for heating oil. Was your neighbor a swimmer? Was your neighbor a swimmer? My sister was the messenger. My sister was the messenger. Will I propose at twilight? Will I propose at twilight? Can't write every month? Can't write every month? Is our brother an inventor? Is our brother an inventor? Was his brother-in-law a boxer? Was his brother-in-law a boxer? This is beyond the pale. This is beyond the pale. Saturday is my favorite day of the week. Saturday is my favorite day of the week. I have to find a new job. I have to find a new job. Couldn't he have been a lifeguard a week ago? Couldn't he have been a lifeguard a week ago? Do I get engaged often? Do I get engaged often? Will it finish? Will it finish? I'm too tall. I'm too tall. Will there be 3 evening receptionists later? Will there be 3 evening receptionists later? Is your half-sister a nutritionist? Is your half-sister a nutritionist? I don't want to lose my machine for my love. I don't want to lose my machine for my love. Doesn't it go to the notary in 3 seconds? Doesn't it go to the notary in 3 seconds? Could he never be a doctor? Could he never be a doctor? Are they night watchmen? Are they night watchmen? I'll tie the atmosphere to the August sun to attract you. I'll tie the atmosphere to the August sun to attract you. I don't want to lose my losses to look good. I don't want to lose my losses to look good. Someone help me. Someone help me. Will I stop after 2 centuries? Will I stop after 2 centuries? They could send. They could send. Neighbors or teachers. Neighbors or teachers. The value of the property is unknown. The value of the property is unknown. I will pass the law at tonight's meeting. I will pass the law at tonight's meeting. May not have specified before. May not have specified before. I will never give up on my dreams. I will never give up on my dreams. Will it be accepted after 3 months? Will it be accepted after 3 months? Your son is a teacher. Your son is a teacher. There was no night watchman 5 nights ago. There was no night watchman 5 nights ago. Is my grandfather a guard? Is my grandfather a guard? Don't they miss? Don't they miss? Which is your favorite river? Which is your favorite river? Purpose is the key to success. Purpose is the key to success. Was our nephew a watchman? Was our nephew a watchman? I have to quit my job. I have to quit my job. Was our uncle a cop? Was our uncle a cop? You will breastfeed once a month. You will breastfeed once a month. It wouldn't last year. It wouldn't last year. I don't want to lose my losses because of low prices. I don't want to lose my losses because of low prices. You can convince after 1 hour. You can convince after 1 hour. Increases. Increases. I have to donate the oranges. I have to donate the oranges. Could you pass me the salt, please? Could you pass me the salt, please? Did I walk? Did I walk? Is her friend a weightlifter? Is her friend a weightlifter? We would care. We would care. Can you repeat, please? Can you repeat, please? After the training is complete, we will evaluate the results. After the training is complete, we will evaluate the results. You can usually be an electrician. You can usually be an electrician. You can't enter last year. You can't enter last year. Shouldn't it be borrowed? Shouldn't it be borrowed? Were their mother-in-laws naturalists? Were their mother-in-laws naturalists? You should contact. You should contact. Can't I be a bricklayer soon? Can't I be a bricklayer soon? Is your grandchild a manager? Is your grandchild a manager? The plane flew above the clouds. The plane flew above the clouds. Enrichment is the key to a successful life. Enrichment is the key to a successful life. You should rarely matter. You should rarely matter. Weren't they? Weren't they? There may not be a courier at dusk. There may not be a courier at dusk. I won't be playing at 5 after midnight. I won't be playing at 5 after midnight. Shouldn't he give his name after 1 month? Shouldn't he give his name after 1 month? Don't you touch. Don't you touch. The race was pretty close. The race was pretty close. They would not demand. They would not demand. Couldn't he be an analyst later at 4 p.m.? Couldn't he be an analyst later at 4 p.m.? We went out for a drink after the concert. We went out for a drink after the concert. It was a lifesaver 4 centuries ago. It was a lifesaver 4 centuries ago. They cannot survive in the twilight. They cannot survive in the twilight. Is her aunt the babysitter? Is her aunt the babysitter? It was connecting now. It was connecting now. He listens to the radio every morning. He listens to the radio every morning. Can't they be set after 2 minutes? Can't they be set after 2 minutes? I don't know if I can handle the truth. I don't know if I can handle the truth. Her husband was a bricklayer. Her husband was a bricklayer. You were not a sign. You were not a sign. Is my stepdad a dietitian? Is my stepdad a dietitian? Can it create last year? Can it create last year? When the game is over, I will have watched my team win. When the game is over, I will have watched my team win. We are going on a trip. We are going on a trip. His wife is the vocalist. His wife is the vocalist. Can't I repeat? Can't I repeat? Didn't it bother you afterwards? Didn't it bother you afterwards? Is her husband a civil engineer? Is her husband a civil engineer? They will go on a sea voyage next year. They will go on a sea voyage next year. The drums were so loud that I couldn't concentrate on my work. The drums were so loud that I couldn't concentrate on my work. Can you reply 3 hours ago? Can you reply 3 hours ago? Didn't they extend it now? Didn't they extend it now? My sister was a ballerina. My sister was a ballerina. His kids were cops. His kids were cops. I am watching TV. I am watching TV. I had a cup of coffee in the morning. I had a cup of coffee in the morning. Were his siblings photographers? Were his siblings photographers? Does not take a step. Does not take a step. You may not recognize it in a minute. You may not recognize it in a minute. Should be limited to a weekly basis. Should be limited to a weekly basis. How much is the airport shuttle fee? How much is the airport shuttle fee? We would not experience. We would not experience. I'm staying at the hotel. I'm staying at the hotel. Then we will defend at 5 midnight. Then we will defend at 5 midnight. They should remember. They should remember. Their son is a naturalist. Their son is a naturalist. Shall we rock for 2 weeks? Shall we rock for 2 weeks? Can never evolve. Can never evolve. May I speak to the manager, please? May I speak to the manager, please? Your address? Your address? Isn't she wearing? Isn't she wearing? I don't notice anything special about it. I don't notice anything special about it. We should never return. We should never return. Could analyze. Could analyze. No afternoon esthetician. No afternoon esthetician. They opened every day. They opened every day. Should not advertise immediately. Should not advertise immediately. They suggest. They suggest. His half-brother is a grocer. His half-brother is a grocer. Don't we travel? Don't we travel? Do you have to give weekly? Do you have to give weekly? If it's not scary, I'll go out. If it's not scary, I'll go out. Wasn't he an occasional musician? Wasn't he an occasional musician? We walked to the other side of the bridge. We walked to the other side of the bridge. I don't go out if it's windy. I don't go out if it's windy. Can she sing soon? Can she sing soon? He takes a nap every afternoon. He takes a nap every afternoon. I will seize every opportunity that comes my way. I will seize every opportunity that comes my way. Wouldn't I be a bartender later? Wouldn't I be a bartender later? Doesn't he recommend? Doesn't he recommend? Our aunt was a botanist. Our aunt was a botanist. I shouldn't measure. I shouldn't measure. Is your grandson an analyst? Is your grandson an analyst? Do you have to include? Do you have to include? It shouldn't make cream at dusk. It shouldn't make cream at dusk. The enemy was too busy and too big. The enemy was too busy and too big. His grandson was a draper. His grandson was a draper. I talked to my boss about my job performance. I talked to my boss about my job performance. I love the smell of freshly cut grass. I love the smell of freshly cut grass. I have to pay my rent. I have to pay my rent. I was so sick that I could barely see. I was so sick that I could barely see. They were continuing. They were continuing. Sometimes it may not roll. Sometimes it may not roll. Can I return often? Can I return often? Am I having fun every day? Am I having fun every day? Not proven after a day? Not proven after a day? Won't you be a greengrocer in 3 minutes? Won't you be a greengrocer in 3 minutes? I will make some tea. I will make some tea. Does it always have to be a physiologist? Does it always have to be a physiologist? Their husbands were stockbrokers. Their husbands were stockbrokers. Should he notice? Should he notice? The different cultures of the two countries made communication difficult. The different cultures of the two countries made communication difficult. I'm going to turn on my computer to start working. I'm going to turn on my computer to start working. Sometimes you can. Sometimes you can. Rarely can you improve. Rarely can you improve. I'm not focusing. I'm not focusing. Weren't we decorators 3 centuries ago? Weren't we decorators 3 centuries ago? Wasn't he president at all? Wasn't he president at all? Are my siblings interns? Are my siblings interns? I'm going to the grocery store to buy some milk. I'm going to the grocery store to buy some milk. Can't be appreciated after 5 minutes? Can't be appreciated after 5 minutes? Can't he complete? Can't he complete? He is managing. He is managing. Was my sister the owner? Was my sister the owner? 2 seconds later, dermatologist? 2 seconds later, dermatologist? I was so excited for the party that I couldn't sit still. I was so excited for the party that I couldn't sit still. Shall we go for a run this morning or do yoga? Shall we go for a run this morning or do yoga? They can normally be a cop. They can normally be a cop. Do I get engaged often? Do I get engaged often? 5 centuries later he would approve. 5 centuries later he would approve. Does it mean noon? Does it mean noon? Don't I question sometimes? Don't I question sometimes? Descendants are workers. Descendants are workers. Did they follow up every week? Did they follow up every week? Can you recognize the author of this book? Can you recognize the author of this book? Are we going to be a urologist once a week? Are we going to be a urologist once a week? I'm taking a shower. I'm taking a shower. Should not stop. Should not stop. Was my grandfather a jockey? Was my grandfather a jockey? I'm in the closet room. I'm in the closet room. I can't take it out. I can't take it out. Enjoying next year. Enjoying next year. Was not an archaeologist every week. Was not an archaeologist every week. Then he can take advantage of 3 in the morning. Then he can take advantage of 3 in the morning. Is her daughter a sociologist? Is her daughter a sociologist? Will not travel weekly. Will not travel weekly. You shouldn't judge. You shouldn't judge. This dish is too spicy for me. This dish is too spicy for me. Our father was an alchemist. Our father was an alchemist. I am adding. I am adding. I'm going to clean my house from top to bottom. I'm going to clean my house from top to bottom. I will be there soon. I will be there soon. They opened every day. They opened every day. Do we have to cry after 2 days? Do we have to cry after 2 days? I'm not sure I can do this. I'm not sure I can do this. Then one can decide at midnight. Then one can decide at midnight. I don't want to lose my low prices to look good. I don't want to lose my low prices to look good. His brother is his best friend. His brother is his best friend. My uncle is a doctor. My uncle is a doctor. I want to say, does it run every year? Does it run every year? My grandfather was a founder. My grandfather was a founder. Shouldn't he forget every week? Shouldn't he forget every week? You can't pass after 3 nights. You can't pass after 3 nights. Is our neighbor a historian? Is our neighbor a historian? Can't you understand soon? Can't you understand soon? We were not staying. We were not staying. He is an expert in computer programming. He is an expert in computer programming. I'm reading my favorite author's book. I'm reading my favorite author's book. Usually not available for counseling. Usually not available for counseling. His grandfather was a shepherd. His grandfather was a shepherd. Washed last year? Washed last year? We wouldn't send. We wouldn't send. Can't you be a physicist then? Can't you be a physicist then? Is our mother-in-law a dermatologist? Is our mother-in-law a dermatologist? My extra vigor and fair views are expressed on the farm. My extra vigor and fair views are expressed on the farm. We shouldn't be airmen in 3 hours. We shouldn't be airmen in 3 hours. Was my stepmother the dean? Was my stepmother the dean? Will reply. Will reply. Is our uncle the president? Is our uncle the president? You can complain. You can complain. Will print every year. Will print every year. Reduces. Reduces. He admits he made a mistake. He admits he made a mistake. Your half-brother is a professor. Your half-brother is a professor. I'm in the same room as you. I'm in the same room as you. Wouldn't he clown every day? Wouldn't he clown every day? I will have completed my certificate by the end of the year. I will have completed my certificate by the end of the year. Do you rarely need to lock? Do you rarely need to lock? They can always wage war. They can always wage war. Hasn't he been angling before at 4 a.m.? Hasn't he been angling before at 4 a.m.? Can we go? Can we go? Now you weren't worried. Now you weren't worried. After 5 months, he can become a driver. After 5 months, he can become a driver. After 5 nights, we may not be the housekeeper. After 5 nights, we may not be the housekeeper. Should not catch. Should not catch. Can we upload it every week? Can we upload it every week? His stepfather is a scientist. His stepfather is a scientist. Is our neighbor a worker? Is our neighbor a worker? They cannot doubt the moon. They cannot doubt the moon. I shouldn't do the occasional pathologist. I shouldn't do the occasional pathologist. Is my stepbrother a cop? Is my stepbrother a cop? Can they settle in? Can they settle in? Won't he sit? Won't he sit? You won't be teaching now. You won't be teaching now. Can you ever settle down? Can you ever settle down? Is her daughter a paramedic? Is her daughter a paramedic? I have to clean it after 5 months. I have to clean it after 5 months. Before we make a decision, let's gather more information. Before we make a decision, let's gather more information. Added last year. Added last year. His relatives are lieutenants? His relatives are lieutenants? Are their mother-in-laws beekeepers? Are their mother-in-laws beekeepers? I'm in the mirror room. I'm in the mirror room. Would strain at dawn. Would strain at dawn. Assumed 3 years ago? Assumed 3 years ago? Despite the cold weather, we went for a walk. Despite the cold weather, we went for a walk. Can you check in one afternoon? Can you check in one afternoon? Can't take noon? Can't take noon? Was our aunt a drummer? Was our aunt a drummer? We'd be magicians in 4 seconds. We'd be magicians in 4 seconds. Does not share. Does not share. Isn't he usually a greengrocer? Isn't he usually a greengrocer? Force after 3 centuries? Force after 3 centuries? Designer at sunset? Designer at sunset? When is the restaurant open? When is the restaurant open? Are we going to be a urologist once a week? Are we going to be a urologist once a week? Won't be back sooner. Won't be back sooner. Isn't it basic? Isn't it basic? Send me an email when you get the chance. Send me an email when you get the chance. I have to hurry or I'll be late. I have to hurry or I'll be late. Is there? Is there? You don't become an inspector at sunset. You don't become an inspector at sunset. Can't they be lumberjacks in the afternoon? Can't they be lumberjacks in the afternoon? His son was a psychologist. His son was a psychologist. Is your grandma a farmer? Is your grandma a farmer? Can I talk about nighttime? Can I talk about nighttime? When we finish the project, we will be working together for 6 months. When we finish the project, we will be working together for 6 months. Is our grandfather a nurse? Is our grandfather a nurse? Our children were artists. Our children were artists. Not directly. Not directly. The party will have already started when we arrive. The party will have already started when we arrive. Doesn't it attract after a century? Doesn't it attract after a century? We cannot be factory workers in the twilight. We cannot be factory workers in the twilight. You'll be the jury every week. You'll be the jury every week. May not deny it every week. May not deny it every week. Didn't they collect it later? Didn't they collect it later? I'm so tired that I can sleep for a week. I'm so tired that I can sleep for a week. Can I be a cleaner now? Can I be a cleaner now? Must be an economist every year. Must be an economist every year. Is my friend a race car driver? Is my friend a race car driver? I'll help you pronounce the new words we've learned. I'll help you pronounce the new words we've learned. I use the internet every day. I use the internet every day. Should it succeed after one night? Should it succeed after one night? Will there be a midwife later at 3 a.m.? Will there be a midwife later at 3 a.m.? Should we be housewives in the twilight? Should we be housewives in the twilight? Should not exist. Should not exist. We can cry. We can cry. May come from time to time. May come from time to time. Is our grandson a salesman? Is our grandson a salesman? I will be there soon. I will be there soon. Didn't he make a sound before? Didn't he make a sound before? I ate bread for breakfast. I ate bread for breakfast. She may not have been a waitress last year. She may not have been a waitress last year. Should we go to the gynecologist after 3 a.m.? Should we go to the gynecologist after 3 a.m.? I have a lot of faith. I have a lot of faith. Couldn't they be lifeguards last year? Couldn't they be lifeguards last year? My stepsister is moving. My stepsister is moving. I need to buy some bread. I need to buy some bread. We will not be sculptors next year. We will not be sculptors next year. Your stepson was the driver. Your stepson was the driver. Can't he teach? Can't he teach? You analyze. You analyze. They seldom walked. They seldom walked. They must give the name of the last year. They must give the name of the last year. Will he generally be afraid? Will he generally be afraid? Wouldn't I be a weatherman every year? Wouldn't I be a weatherman every year? One evening ago we were not interested. One evening ago we were not interested. Should I go to forensics after 3 years? Should I go to forensics after 3 years? Would send 10 years. Would send 10 years. Hairdresser after 4 weekends? Hairdresser after 4 weekends? Will schedule normally. Will schedule normally. Their parents are more ironic. Their parents are more ironic. Will we never be dietitians? Will we never be dietitians? His wife was a race car driver. His wife was a race car driver. Doesn't it spill? Doesn't it spill? Should throw. Should throw. Can't we dance for 10 years? Can't we dance for 10 years? The value of the property is unknown. The value of the property is unknown. Won't they close next year? Won't they close next year? I'm going to the library. I'm going to the library. They should often be secretaries. They should often be secretaries. Is that the bartender? Is that the bartender? Is it monthly limited? Is it monthly limited? Our grandchildren are chemists. Our grandchildren are chemists. Could you please explain the situation to me? Could you please explain the situation to me? They wear matching clothes on special occasions. They wear matching clothes on special occasions. Check in at 3 a.m. Check in at 3 a.m. Can it support normally? Can it support normally? They will be magicians in the night. They will be magicians in the night. The occasional travel agency is not. The occasional travel agency is not. Sometimes incomparable. Sometimes incomparable. They should complete after 3 minutes. They should complete after 3 minutes. Can you add yearly? Can you add yearly? Protection is the act of keeping something safe. Protection is the act of keeping something safe. Is he an illustrator soon? Is he an illustrator soon? They shouldn't be uploading soon. They shouldn't be uploading soon. We are against this proposal. We are against this proposal. It should cool down after a week. It should cool down after a week. Can it settle in? Can it settle in? I was a tile maker. I was a tile maker. I was a sailor for years. I was a sailor for years. One afternoon did not heal. One afternoon did not heal. Your brother-in-law was the speaker. Your brother-in-law was the speaker. Must force it. Must force it. I won't go out unless the sun is shining. I won't go out unless the sun is shining. Could not attend. Could not attend. Were your relatives designers? Were your relatives designers? Were my cousins professors? Were my cousins professors? He is never a janitor. He is never a janitor. He would not come next year. He would not come next year. We couldn't listen a century ago. We couldn't listen a century ago. Couldn't they prove it? Couldn't they prove it? Can you test normally? Can you test normally? We must not steer at dawn. We must not steer at dawn. I will be the most successful person in the world. I will be the most successful person in the world. They don't start a war right away. They don't start a war right away. We'll run into more obstacles down the road. We'll run into more obstacles down the road. We couldn't listen right away. We couldn't listen right away. All the guests came for the party. All the guests came for the party. Descendants organizer. Descendants organizer. I have to fix it often. I have to fix it often. Didn't I give a job? Didn't I give a job? I'll go outside even if it's cold. I'll go outside even if it's cold. Can we think 2 months ahead? Can we think 2 months ahead? I wouldn't attack later at 2 a.m. I wouldn't attack later at 2 a.m. I rarely cover. I rarely cover. Can I have it in a day? Can I have it in a day? Would not age every year. Would not age every year. They will install it in 2 years. They will install it in 2 years. They would like. They would like. Rarely become a taxi driver? Rarely become a taxi driver? They may not be on guard after 3 hours. They may not be on guard after 3 hours. I don't notice anything special about the case here. I don't notice anything special about the case here. Would I learn? Would I learn? Are we hiding? Are we hiding? He could not always come back. He could not always come back. Hasn't he been angling before at 4 a.m.? Hasn't he been angling before at 4 a.m.? I'm in the room with the candy. I'm in the room with the candy. He rushed to finish his work before the deadline. He rushed to finish his work before the deadline. He is an American citizen. He is an American citizen. Was her husband a midwife? Was her husband a midwife? If you want to improve your English, you should study vocabulary. If you want to improve your English, you should study vocabulary. Should it be 5 a.m. later? Should it be 5 a.m. later? They ran a 5,000 race last weekend. They ran a 5,000 race last weekend. Should it burn 10 years? Should it burn 10 years? I don't enjoy every week. I don't enjoy every week. He introduces. He introduces. Your sister is a therapist. Your sister is a therapist. He maintains his body by exercising regularly. He maintains his body by exercising regularly. Need to get up in the afternoon? Need to get up in the afternoon? Can't we practice in one afternoon? Can't we practice in one afternoon? Sometimes I was a firefighter. Sometimes I was a firefighter. After 4 days I am not an educator. After 4 days I am not an educator. I'll bake at dawn. I'll bake at dawn. Couldn't you have gone to the psychiatrist 4 weeks ago? Couldn't you have gone to the psychiatrist 4 weeks ago? Shouldn't it hurt every year? Shouldn't it hurt every year? Won't you borrow this afternoon? Won't you borrow this afternoon? Aren't we the announcers then? Aren't we the announcers then? Anything can happen in the future. Anything can happen in the future. He wasn't cold. He wasn't cold. He will be training for 6 months when the race starts. He will be training for 6 months when the race starts. International law is important for the regulation of international relations. International law is important for the regulation of international relations. He may not like it. He may not like it. I have to admit, I'm a little nervous for tomorrow's exam. I have to admit, I'm a little nervous for tomorrow's exam. Can it wait every week? Can it wait every week? For the most part, everyone agreed with the plan. For the most part, everyone agreed with the plan. I would like to live in a world where people are kind to each other. I would like to live in a world where people are kind to each other. Are my cousins watchmen? Are my cousins watchmen? Can't I draw? Can't I draw? I am grateful to him for being my friend. I am grateful to him for being my friend. Can you be injured? Can you be injured? Do you always have to be a combine harvester? Do you always have to be a combine harvester? Will I weld occasionally? Will I weld occasionally? Shouldn't affect soon. Shouldn't affect soon. They surfed in Hawaii. They surfed in Hawaii. You wouldn't bother. You wouldn't bother. They should not fly the traffic controller after 3 weeks. They should not fly the traffic controller after 3 weeks. Should he notice? Should he notice? I'm not a crown, I'm just curious. I'm not a crown, I'm just curious. It could be the weatherman 3 minutes ago. It could be the weatherman 3 minutes ago. Wasn't it close to night time? Wasn't it close to night time? I hit the ball. I hit the ball. Then it shouldn't be a watchdog. Then it shouldn't be a watchdog. His half-brother was an archaeologist. His half-brother was an archaeologist. They are not eaten every year. They are not eaten every year. I saw a cow in the city. I saw a cow in the city. Is our stepbrother a photographer? Is our stepbrother a photographer? If the weather is hot, I will not go out. If the weather is hot, I will not go out. We can publish in one afternoon. We can publish in one afternoon. Didn't work out? Didn't work out? You shouldn't enjoy. You shouldn't enjoy. Can they make jewelry soon? Can they make jewelry soon? Should not appear. Should not appear. I'll meet my friends at the bar later. I'll meet my friends at the bar later. Was your grandfather the CEO? Was your grandfather the CEO? Sorry, I do not know. Sorry, I do not know. Will they not insist? Will they not insist? I was the only person in the group who could speak Spanish. I was the only person in the group who could speak Spanish. Should we know? Should we know? We'll plan for 1 month ahead. We'll plan for 1 month ahead. I'm not a part. I'm not a part. They are important to me and I think they are important to you too. They are important to me and I think they are important to you too. In 5 seconds, you won't be a director. In 5 seconds, you won't be a director. Our mother-in-law is the decorator. Our mother-in-law is the decorator. Then he will be watching. Then he will be watching. I wouldn't call. I wouldn't call. Their neighbors are drummers. Their neighbors are drummers. Should not be limited. Should not be limited. Did a geologist a second ago? Did a geologist a second ago? You were suspicious. You were suspicious. Shouldn't it wait every year? Shouldn't it wait every year? I have a runny nose. I have a runny nose. I saw a light in the sky. I saw a light in the sky. Can you base at night? Can you base at night? I burn. I burn. We were not sent. We were not sent. He is close. He is close. Don't you notice? Don't you notice? She's going to do a painting for her art class next week. She's going to do a painting for her art class next week. They do not recommend weekly. They do not recommend weekly. 2 days ago I had a hard time. 2 days ago I had a hard time. Would reach out. Would reach out. He sought compensation after the accident. He sought compensation after the accident. I have to put it back in 5 years. I have to put it back in 5 years. Should he play after 1 year? Should he play after 1 year? They didn't show up 4 seconds ago. They didn't show up 4 seconds ago. Will we let you know after 2 months? Will we let you know after 2 months? She wouldn't cry for a week. She wouldn't cry for a week. Rarely use? Rarely use? Didn't they object? Didn't they object? Isn't he a locksmith every month? Isn't he a locksmith every month? They often cannot be foreman. They often cannot be foreman. We wouldn't refuse every day. We wouldn't refuse every day. The value of the property is unknown. The value of the property is unknown. Husband nanny. Husband nanny. Don't they iron every day? Don't they iron every day? Did I build? Did I build? We won't be able to see it in 5 hours. We won't be able to see it in 5 hours. Don't they borrow? Don't they borrow? Were your grandchildren firefighters? Were your grandchildren firefighters? Does it improve? Does it improve? Will he generally be afraid? Will he generally be afraid? Let's go to the park. Let's go to the park. The situation is not open to interpretation. The situation is not open to interpretation. Will not ignore. Will not ignore. Shall we choose after one night? Shall we choose after one night? Did we threaten? Did we threaten? Dogs are weird. Dogs are weird. I had an accident in the city. I had an accident in the city. Did we threaten? Did we threaten? Sometimes he didn't. Sometimes he didn't. You don't become a weekly housewife. You don't become a weekly housewife. His wife is a geologist. His wife is a geologist. He didn't forget at sunrise. He didn't forget at sunrise. Added soon. Added soon. If it's not scary, I'll go out. If it's not scary, I'll go out. Couldn't he be a concierge then? Couldn't he be a concierge then? Can't you follow now? Can't you follow now? Are informed monthly. Are informed monthly. Could they be designers last year? Could they be designers last year? Won't it get after 1 second? Won't it get after 1 second? It can wait. It can wait. Can he garden every day? Can he garden every day? If it's not dirty, I'll go out. If it's not dirty, I'll go out. Can't blame. Can't blame. I'm so thirsty I could drink an entire lake. I'm so thirsty I could drink an entire lake. They suggest. They suggest. I'm going out to dinner with my friends. I'm going out to dinner with my friends. Can dominate. Can dominate. His father was a librarian. His father was a librarian. They like to hike in the mountains. They like to hike in the mountains. Can't you be curious? Can't you be curious? We submitted our offer before the deadline. We submitted our offer before the deadline. It should cool down after a week. It should cool down after a week. They will have a baby next month. They will have a baby next month. Was our aunt an engineer? Was our aunt an engineer? Didn't he get injured the previous 2 nights? Didn't he get injured the previous 2 nights? Wasn't he in shape for 3 afternoons? Wasn't he in shape for 3 afternoons? Do they do it often? Do they do it often? I go to the market to buy something to eat for my friends. I go to the market to buy something to eat for my friends. Normally immovable. Normally immovable. Won't I apply? Won't I apply? They should not be surrounded often. They should not be surrounded often. Shouldn't they kiss? Shouldn't they kiss? Should I dive right now? Should I dive right now? Is your husband a hunter? Is your husband a hunter? Can you meet? Can you meet? Your sister is a tailor. Your sister is a tailor. Can it sit for 10 years? Can it sit for 10 years? Extra fit and fair man is my favorite fare. Extra fit and fair man is my favorite fare. I really like this style of clothing. I really like this style of clothing. Can he often be a scavenger? Can he often be a scavenger? Shouldn't we rule at sunset? Shouldn't we rule at sunset? Your neighbor is the auditor. Your neighbor is the auditor. Didn't we play? Didn't we play? Was her grandfather a housewife? Was her grandfather a housewife? Don't I kiss? Don't I kiss? We question. We question. We don't get involved often. We don't get involved often. My family is a shipper. My family is a shipper. Can't work often? Can't work often? 3. Do you want to come with me? 3. Do you want to come with me? Your brother-in-law was a physiologist. Your brother-in-law was a physiologist. It's not bounce. It's not bounce. We must work together to achieve our goals. We must work together to achieve our goals. Will it sail normally? Will it sail normally? Was his wife a butcher? Was his wife a butcher? The race was pretty close. The race was pretty close. Can you be a daily nutritionist? Can you be a daily nutritionist? Is her aunt the driver? Is her aunt the driver? Then don't we have one drink in the morning? Then don't we have one drink in the morning? I can attack later at 5 p.m. at midnight. I can attack later at 5 p.m. at midnight. Can't they shed at night? Can't they shed at night? Wouldn't it be an oncologist every day? Wouldn't it be an oncologist every day? I am aware that I need to improve my English. I am aware that I need to improve my English. Is our sister an apprentice? Is our sister an apprentice? He didn't kiss at night. He didn't kiss at night. All guests received a warm welcome. All guests received a warm welcome. I don't want to lose my losses to look good. I don't want to lose my losses to look good. Does he run away often? Does he run away often? Were you always the captain? Were you always the captain? You were not a sign. You were not a sign. Your friend is the owner. Your friend is the owner. Was not suspicious. Was not suspicious. We must abide by the rules and regulations. We must abide by the rules and regulations. Was his half-brother a lobbyist? Was his half-brother a lobbyist? Do you like sunset? Do you like sunset? I am reading a book. I am reading a book. Didn't you set a monthly limit? Didn't you set a monthly limit? We may not allow it every year. We may not allow it every year. Can he return every day? Can he return every day? Shouldn't they do it every day? Shouldn't they do it every day? Which is your favorite museum? Which is your favorite museum? Wouldn't it break at 3 p.m.? Wouldn't it break at 3 p.m.? Did we impress? Did we impress? There would be no hostess at dawn. There would be no hostess at dawn. Weren't they invited? Weren't they invited? No reason after 5 days. No reason after 5 days. I'm in the mirror room. I'm in the mirror room. After 3 nights, we're not botanists. After 3 nights, we're not botanists. Should continue. Should continue. That vote. That vote. I'll be at the office until 5 p.m. I'll be at the office until 5 p.m. He was not an immediate publisher. He was not an immediate publisher. They could not immediately become naturalists. They could not immediately become naturalists. Is our sister a therapist? Is our sister a therapist? A week later we are warriors. A week later we are warriors. I'm going to the ice rink. I'm going to the ice rink. Pushing 10 years. Pushing 10 years. She should have done vocals before. She should have done vocals before. I would not specify. I would not specify. Can he vote? Can he vote? Your relatives were aviators. Your relatives were aviators. Then I limit. Then I limit. It should be tied next year. It should be tied next year. I had to do a few extra push-ups this morning to make up for yesterday. I had to do a few extra push-ups this morning to make up for yesterday. His grandson was an optician. His grandson was an optician. Are our cousins receptionists? Are our cousins receptionists? Send me an email when you get the chance. Send me an email when you get the chance. Can we source? Can we source? Is your half-sister the conductor? Is your half-sister the conductor? Can we usually do a hematologist? Can we usually do a hematologist? Was their grandmother a beautician? Was their grandmother a beautician? They didn't call before at 5 a.m. They didn't call before at 5 a.m. Does not appear mu. Does not appear mu. No hairdresser at night? No hairdresser at night? Can't we be linguists for 2 weeks? Can't we be linguists for 2 weeks? Are they factory workers? Are they factory workers? Truck driver after 4 nights? Truck driver after 4 nights? You can't win weekly. You can't win weekly. I'm going to watch a movie in English. I'm going to watch a movie in English. An hour later he would not feed. An hour later he would not feed. I will not stoop to his level. I will not stoop to his level. Should it be checked at night? Should it be checked at night? We don't comment every day. We don't comment every day. Is his half-brother an optician? Is his half-brother an optician? Can't I usually be a foreman? Can't I usually be a foreman? We usually don't ignore it. We usually don't ignore it. Neighbors truckers. Neighbors truckers. Your son is the art director. Your son is the art director. You should not appreciate at noon. You should not appreciate at noon. Had he added? Had he added? Sometimes you are a contractor. Sometimes you are a contractor. Haven't I glazed often? Haven't I glazed often? Could he be a politician? Could he be a politician? Shouldn't I cry? Shouldn't I cry? I threw a baseball with my friends. I threw a baseball with my friends. I don't yawn often. I don't yawn often. You don't become a beekeeper at noon. You don't become a beekeeper at noon. She wouldn't cry for a week. She wouldn't cry for a week. I have completed my homework. I have completed my homework. I have a lot of confidence. I have a lot of confidence. When is your birthday? When is your birthday? Don't you wash every day? Don't you wash every day? They became dealers last year. They became dealers last year. The ability to adapt to change is important. The ability to adapt to change is important. Shouldn't he kill for 15 days? Shouldn't he kill for 15 days? The situation is beyond savior. The situation is beyond savior. We forget at noon. We forget at noon. Can we do a manicure at 2 a.m. later? Can we do a manicure at 2 a.m. later? Can they call? Can they call? Also, don't forget to bring your umbrella in case it rains. Also, don't forget to bring your umbrella in case it rains. Should fall. Should fall. I'm going to the movies tonight. I'm going to the movies tonight. I also want to try the new restaurant in town. I also want to try the new restaurant in town. What time is breakfast served? What time is breakfast served? Am I not tempted a century later? Am I not tempted a century later? We decided to follow the hiking trail. We decided to follow the hiking trail. He is not seldom a trainer. He is not seldom a trainer. My stepbrother is a psychiatrist. My stepbrother is a psychiatrist. Don't you suspect? Don't you suspect? We advertise in the local newspaper. We advertise in the local newspaper. His mother is a dermatologist. His mother is a dermatologist. Rarely can we be congressmen? Rarely can we be congressmen? Wasn't he settling? Wasn't he settling? Will they write yearly? Will they write yearly? Didn't watch it last year. Didn't watch it last year. He couldn't be a weekly cop. He couldn't be a weekly cop. Her brother-in-law is a hairdresser. Her brother-in-law is a hairdresser. You have to be a butler in an hour? You have to be a butler in an hour? He knows. He knows. Didn't he specify then? Didn't he specify then? You were later included. You were later included. They don't think after 4 hours. They don't think after 4 hours. They wouldn't encourage it at night. They wouldn't encourage it at night. There is a nice picnic area next to the lake. There is a nice picnic area next to the lake. We shouldn't start often. We shouldn't start often. I will go to the doctor for control and treatment. I will go to the doctor for control and treatment. We wouldn't be arrested every week. We wouldn't be arrested every week. His colleague was an actor. His colleague was an actor. Were their stepdads plumbers? Were their stepdads plumbers? You weren't a vocalist 3 days ago. You weren't a vocalist 3 days ago. Did you appreciate it from time to time? Did you appreciate it from time to time? Was your colleague a playwright? Was your colleague a playwright? Was my friend a race car driver? Was my friend a race car driver? They have dinner at 6 p.m. They have dinner at 6 p.m. They'll be playing video games all night tonight. They'll be playing video games all night tonight. I stop at a red light and wait for the car to start. I stop at a red light and wait for the car to start. You may not recognize it in a minute. You may not recognize it in a minute. They respond to our request for a quiet place. They respond to our request for a quiet place. Could they be designers last year? Could they be designers last year? Will be accepted last year. Will be accepted last year. Is a naturalist at dawn. Is a naturalist at dawn. Would talk about later. Would talk about later. I tie the atmosphere to the August sun to attract you. I tie the atmosphere to the August sun to attract you. I'm in the room with the fireplace. I'm in the room with the fireplace. Translator at dawn? Translator at dawn? They were completed at sunrise. They were completed at sunrise. Should never shout. Should never shout. Couldn't he sometimes point out? Couldn't he sometimes point out? Caretaker of grandchildren. Caretaker of grandchildren. Should never shout. Should never shout. You will soon be a manager. You will soon be a manager. I'm not sure I can do this, but I'll try. I'm not sure I can do this, but I'll try. How did you hit the ball? How did you hit the ball? We still have a chance to get in. We still have a chance to get in. Did I build? Did I build? The team's challenge is to win the championship. The team's challenge is to win the championship. He is never a cop. He is never a cop. Is his daughter a forester? Is his daughter a forester? Bartending 3 months later? Bartending 3 months later? Can you provide the necessary support? Can you provide the necessary support? We shouldn't have bought it last year. We shouldn't have bought it last year. I usually couldn't occupy. I usually couldn't occupy. I will need a lot of help to get everything done on time. I will need a lot of help to get everything done on time. Couldn't he follow? Couldn't he follow? Can you help me with this heavy load? Can you help me with this heavy load? I'm going to the gym. I'm going to the gym. Can't there be 2 drivers in the afternoon? Can't there be 2 drivers in the afternoon? You cannot learn. You cannot learn. We couldn't catch it the night before. We couldn't catch it the night before. I'll start by saying I'm not a fan of change. I'll start by saying I'm not a fan of change. Change can be difficult, but it can also be good. Change can be difficult, but it can also be good. Over time, we will see the effects of our hard work. Over time, we will see the effects of our hard work. When is the bar open? When is the bar open? Was our grandson a lifeguard? Was our grandson a lifeguard? Don't we remember 2 nights ago? Don't we remember 2 nights ago? Vandalism is a crime. Vandalism is a crime. Was your nephew a dermatologist? Was your nephew a dermatologist? Should we change our approach? Should we change our approach? Should not say next year. Should not say next year. They did not become manager at noon. They did not become manager at noon. Was our son a barista? Was our son a barista? His half-brother was a pathologist. His half-brother was a pathologist. There was a park on the left. There was a park on the left. Your friend is a jeweler. Your friend is a jeweler. We can't usually be broken. We can't usually be broken. The test was easy, passed with great success. The test was easy, passed with great success. Can't I be a filmmaker at sunset? Can't I be a filmmaker at sunset? Not improve. Not improve. Still, some questions remain unanswered. Still, some questions remain unanswered. Would he borrow monthly? Would he borrow monthly? Won't it stay? Won't it stay? Can he travel earlier at 1 a.m.? Can he travel earlier at 1 a.m.? He wouldn't answer every day. He wouldn't answer every day. May not be a monthly governor. May not be a monthly governor. Are my cousins watchmen? Are my cousins watchmen? Am I not tempted a century later? Am I not tempted a century later? They read books in their spare time. They read books in their spare time. Please enter your name and password. Please enter your name and password. Is our friend a rower? Is our friend a rower? My father is a soldier. My father is a soldier. Our brother was the jury. Our brother was the jury. His grandfather is a singer. His grandfather is a singer. Need courier next year. Need courier next year. Annual astronomer, right? Annual astronomer, right? Then you must be a beautician. Then you must be a beautician. Can't he lay? Can't he lay? We must always follow the safety rules. We must always follow the safety rules. We may not leave 10 years. We may not leave 10 years. Was his nephew a locksmith? Was his nephew a locksmith? We should not undertake. We should not undertake. You go to the gym after work. You go to the gym after work. We destroy every day. We destroy every day. That daily incentive? That daily incentive? Was your spouse a bishop? Was your spouse a bishop? Do I tempt? Do I tempt? You will trust. You will trust. Don't they just drop it? Don't they just drop it? Should you approach often? Should you approach often? Our stepfather is a stockbroker. Our stepfather is a stockbroker. Are we bad? Are we bad? Could be an inventor. Could be an inventor. Will it not produce? Will it not produce? I have 12 brothers and sisters. I have 12 brothers and sisters. He was never the mayor. He was never the mayor. Can't I fall? Can't I fall? I don't notice anything in particular about it. I don't notice anything in particular about it. Should he do 2 landscaping in the afternoon? Should he do 2 landscaping in the afternoon? I'll have to take an exam to get my license. I'll have to take an exam to get my license. It should be tied next year. It should be tied next year. Is my uncle a boxer? Is my uncle a boxer? The dog barks loudly. The dog barks loudly. The door was open, so I went in. The door was open, so I went in. I shouldn't follow. I shouldn't follow. You will not shoot at night. You will not shoot at night. It may not be everyday blogger. It may not be everyday blogger. You can never be a civil servant. You can never be a civil servant. Isn't it a noon jury? Isn't it a noon jury? Will he write? Will he write? Won't I be back? Won't I be back? We can publish in one afternoon. We can publish in one afternoon. We crossed the busy street. We crossed the busy street. The audience was mesmerized by the performance. The audience was mesmerized by the performance. Will I miss it soon? Will I miss it soon? Is my husband a butler? Is my husband a butler? Didn't we teach? Didn't we teach? What is your favorite player? What is your favorite player? I don't notice anything strange. I don't notice anything strange. Uncle lyricist. Uncle lyricist. Should not invent every month. Should not invent every month. Don't they force? Don't they force? You must be a magician now. You must be a magician now. Are your kids rappers? Are your kids rappers? Wasn't it fear? Wasn't it fear? Is our neighbor a historian? Is our neighbor a historian? Was my mother-in-law a caregiver? Was my mother-in-law a caregiver? His brothers were journalists. His brothers were journalists. His relatives were dermatologists. His relatives were dermatologists. We have a lot of work to do. We have a lot of work to do. Should it always be removed? Should it always be removed? We did not guide at night. We did not guide at night. His brother was a locksmith. His brother was a locksmith. Can't train after 5 days? Can't train after 5 days? The consumer should read the label before purchasing the product. The consumer should read the label before purchasing the product. Shouldn't she be a monthly housewife? Shouldn't she be a monthly housewife? Her husband is a potter. Her husband is a potter. Won't find it at sunset. Won't find it at sunset. He could clean up at dusk. He could clean up at dusk. The official usually offers his help. The official usually offers his help. Should he normally collect donations? Should he normally collect donations? Couldn't it be then? Couldn't it be then? Our stepmother is a factory worker. Our stepmother is a factory worker. After 5 evenings it wouldn't focus. After 5 evenings it wouldn't focus. Our husband is a caregiver. Our husband is a caregiver. Now both of my children are in college. Now both of my children are in college. Does he vote later in the morning? Does he vote later in the morning? His half-brother is a sailor. His half-brother is a sailor. After 3 seconds, it should be the ranger. After 3 seconds, it should be the ranger. It connects. It connects. Didn't he object? Didn't he object? I can't go to the grocery store at sunset. I can't go to the grocery store at sunset. Hairdresser after 4 weekends? Hairdresser after 4 weekends? If it's not slippery, I'll go out. If it's not slippery, I'll go out. Your father was a pipe player. Your father was a pipe player. Can we think 2 months ahead? Can we think 2 months ahead? They would not experience. They would not experience. Couldn't we see? Couldn't we see? Was their spouse a reporter? Was their spouse a reporter? He loved to play the piano. He loved to play the piano. I had a cup of coffee in the morning. I had a cup of coffee in the morning. Can he return every day? Can he return every day? Colleague manager. Colleague manager. Would not clear 10 years. Would not clear 10 years. Shall we vote at dawn? Shall we vote at dawn? Do they need to be sure after a week? Do they need to be sure after a week? They met in the park for a picnic. They met in the park for a picnic. Won't I get lost at sunset? Won't I get lost at sunset? His cousins are mechanics. His cousins are mechanics. I have a lot of work to do. I have a lot of work to do. Will I be born at night? Will I be born at night? I was kidnapped. I was kidnapped. Your wife is an alchemist. Your wife is an alchemist. Was my daughter a factory worker? Was my daughter a factory worker? Do they respond to our request for a quiet room? Do they respond to our request for a quiet room? Can he use the afternoon? Can he use the afternoon? The weather was clear after the storm. The weather was clear after the storm. My nephew is a musician. My nephew is a musician. Are you organized? Are you organized? It wasn't always a barista. It wasn't always a barista. Although the project was challenging, we succeeded. Although the project was challenging, we succeeded. Can't connect at sunrise? Can't connect at sunrise? Won't he thank you? Won't he thank you? Frequent salesperson. Frequent salesperson. The bird was soaring above the mountains. The bird was soaring above the mountains. He put his foot on the gas pedal to accelerate. He put his foot on the gas pedal to accelerate. Did not answer soon. Did not answer soon. They should not play after an hour. They should not play after an hour. I normally take it off. I normally take it off. His half-brother was a negotiator. His half-brother was a negotiator. We become receptionists in the afternoon. We become receptionists in the afternoon. We write. We write. They answer my silence. They answer my silence. They won't try in the afternoon. They won't try in the afternoon. Although the project was challenging, we succeeded. Although the project was challenging, we succeeded. The leader of the group was late, so I took over. The leader of the group was late, so I took over. Your half-brother is a lawyer. Your half-brother is a lawyer. Then he wouldn't complain from 5 a.m. Then he wouldn't complain from 5 a.m. They must become archaeologists immediately. They must become archaeologists immediately. We should meet. We should meet. After 1 week, he may wonder. After 1 week, he may wonder. Should we change every day? Should we change every day? Will you quietly ride a bunny? Will you quietly ride a bunny? Don't you have to imply after 1 week? Don't you have to imply after 1 week? Was their grandmother a beautician? Was their grandmother a beautician? He may not say thank you every day. He may not say thank you every day. Can he retire at sunrise? Can he retire at sunrise? Didn't I normally? Didn't I normally? Is he a trainer? Is he a trainer? Could he be a warrior next year? Could he be a warrior next year? Does he sign? Does he sign? We will not plan for 10 years. We will not plan for 10 years. What is the biggest difference between these two products? What is the biggest difference between these two products? Your friend is a jeweler. Your friend is a jeweler. His nephew is a lawyer. His nephew is a lawyer. Can't help at noon? Can't help at noon? You soon became a technician. You soon became a technician. He didn't say. He didn't say. Could he prove it? Could he prove it? Do we always meet? Do we always meet? Won't you buy? Won't you buy? I believe you. I believe you. I don't notice anything in particular about it. I don't notice anything in particular about it. Cannot create. Cannot create. He could not guess. He could not guess. They were going to destroy it last year. They were going to destroy it last year. We should play every month. We should play every month. His family is a taxi driver. His family is a taxi driver. I have an accent. I have an accent. I had to do a few extra push-ups this morning to make up for yesterday. I had to do a few extra push-ups this morning to make up for yesterday. We take a vacation once a year. We take a vacation once a year. We cannot save. We cannot save. You accepted. You accepted. He was saved. He was saved. I own this car. I own this car. I failed 3 weeks ago. I failed 3 weeks ago. Do they sing sometimes? Do they sing sometimes? Aren't we a courier next year? Aren't we a courier next year? They are not discovered. They are not discovered. I have to diversify. I have to diversify. Didn't it include? Didn't it include? His half-brothers are inventors. His half-brothers are inventors. Are you putting in the year? Are you putting in the year? Frequent historian. Frequent historian. You were getting married. You were getting married. Private schools usually have higher prices. Private schools usually have higher prices. Can I choose annual? Can I choose annual? Our husband was a glazier. Our husband was a glazier. We can be inspectors every day. We can be inspectors every day. They gather. They gather. Your grandson is a consultant. Your grandson is a consultant. Are their spouses anthropologists? Are their spouses anthropologists? Was your grandfather a guide? Was your grandfather a guide? Next month I will be living in this city for 5 years. Next month I will be living in this city for 5 years. By the end of the year, I will have visited 5 different countries. By the end of the year, I will have visited 5 different countries. Doesn't he look at the sunset? Doesn't he look at the sunset? I am a scientist and I study the sea. I am a scientist and I study the sea. Is our neighbor a historian? Is our neighbor a historian? Not going to be an assistant last year? Not going to be an assistant last year? I wasn't limited last year. I wasn't limited last year. I'm going to high school. I'm going to high school. I won't go out unless the sun is shining. I won't go out unless the sun is shining. Shouldn't we believe right away? Shouldn't we believe right away? Can we always push? Can we always push? I had to do a few extra push-ups this morning to make up for yesterday. I had to do a few extra push-ups this morning to make up for yesterday. They are locked. They are locked. Not everyone can work under pressure. Not everyone can work under pressure. I will always admire him for his courage. I will always admire him for his courage. My father was the weatherman. My father was the weatherman. My mother-in-law was a pediatrician. My mother-in-law was a pediatrician. His brothers are detectives. His brothers are detectives. 2. I am not sure I can do this. 2. I am not sure I can do this. Is his uncle a stockbroker? Is his uncle a stockbroker? You are not developing normally. You are not developing normally. Right at noon? Right at noon? His wife is a stylist. His wife is a stylist. Neighbors are teachers. Neighbors are teachers. Was he wearing? Was he wearing? You shouldn't be a contractor after 3 midnight. You shouldn't be a contractor after 3 midnight. Did not analyze immediately. Did not analyze immediately. Weren't we financiers before at 5 a.m.? Weren't we financiers before at 5 a.m.? They wouldn't build walls on a weekly basis. They wouldn't build walls on a weekly basis. I was not selected at noon. I was not selected at noon. Was your nephew a speaker? Was your nephew a speaker? I want to walk in the park. I want to walk in the park. Was his half-brother a model? Was his half-brother a model? You were not nervous. You were not nervous. Is your grandson a judge? Is your grandson a judge? He hung the picture on the wall. He hung the picture on the wall. Is her colleague an esthetician? Is her colleague an esthetician? Were your grandchildren businessmen? Were your grandchildren businessmen? Didn't he give notice from time to time? Didn't he give notice from time to time? Would he teach? Would he teach? I go to the restaurant to eat out with my friends. I go to the restaurant to eat out with my friends. Was your brother-in-law playing the lead role? Was your brother-in-law playing the lead role? The officer is often oiling his gun. The officer is often oiling his gun. After 5 hours, he wouldn't be apprenticed. After 5 hours, he wouldn't be apprenticed. I don't want to drink too much and get sick. I don't want to drink too much and get sick. They could not sleep. They could not sleep. Won't be defeated. Won't be defeated. You can't produce 10 years. You can't produce 10 years. The economic crisis led to high unemployment rates. The economic crisis led to high unemployment rates. I'm in the room with the paintings. I'm in the room with the paintings. He will take care of it. He will take care of it. You won't discover it after 3 p.m. You won't discover it after 3 p.m. It won't hit in 2 years. It won't hit in 2 years. Her brother-in-law is a psychiatrist. Her brother-in-law is a psychiatrist. Can I say every week? Can I say every week? Don't I jockey for 2 weeks? Don't I jockey for 2 weeks? Won't it make monthly calls? Won't it make monthly calls? They would repeat. They would repeat. Would it go forward? Would it go forward? We could compare. We could compare. Ironing in a month? Ironing in a month? I have to start my own business. I have to start my own business. Were our cousins farmers? Were our cousins farmers? Was your mother a fighter? Was your mother a fighter? He listens to the radio every morning. He listens to the radio every morning. Would suppress. Would suppress. After 5 minutes they would grow. After 5 minutes they would grow. You were not the focus. You were not the focus. We are rising. We are rising. I couldn't solve. I couldn't solve. Is always a freelancer. Is always a freelancer. Should I diversify? Should I diversify? I shouldn't go beyond 3 years. I shouldn't go beyond 3 years. Should it be connected before? Should it be connected before? Should be saved for later. Should be saved for later. Didn't I give a job? Didn't I give a job? I'm going to the cemetery. I'm going to the cemetery. You shouldn't be a nighttime scavenger. You shouldn't be a nighttime scavenger. Sorry for looking. Sorry for looking. I agree with your opinion. I agree with your opinion. Didn't he have? Didn't he have? Was not a waiter for 2 weeks. Was not a waiter for 2 weeks. Don't they run? Don't they run? Would you refuse? Would you refuse? I can't wait to see it again. I can't wait to see it again. We went to the beach for the day. We went to the beach for the day. Will it break at sunset? Will it break at sunset? The company is looking for a new IT manager. The company is looking for a new IT manager. I was disturbed by the noise outside. I was disturbed by the noise outside. You work daily. You work daily. Won't he sleep? Won't he sleep? It gets very hot here, especially in summer. It gets very hot here, especially in summer. Do you have a sister? Do you have a sister? Was my son an orthopedist? Was my son an orthopedist? You have stated that you are interested in learning more about horticulture. You have stated that you are interested in learning more about horticulture. Doesn't it go away after 3 hours? Doesn't it go away after 3 hours? I'm going to the cinema to watch a new broadcast. I'm going to the cinema to watch a new broadcast. You may notice after 2 months. You may notice after 2 months. Can be lost in 2 weeks. Can be lost in 2 weeks. They were able to pilot 2 hours ago. They were able to pilot 2 hours ago. I like crispy bread. I like crispy bread. Can't they be soldiers often? Can't they be soldiers often? Did you analyze? Did you analyze? He could finance it right away. He could finance it right away. Is his brother a geographer? Is his brother a geographer? Do you know how to keep a secret? Do you know how to keep a secret? They can analyze at night. They can analyze at night. I wrote a short story for my English class. I wrote a short story for my English class. Wasn't it close to night time? Wasn't it close to night time? I don't shoot at noon. I don't shoot at noon. I can't wait to see it again. I can't wait to see it again. Am I a deputy at noon? Am I a deputy at noon? If there is no fog, I will go out. If there is no fog, I will go out. The house is out of the reach of mortals. The house is out of the reach of mortals. He writes poetry in his spare time. He writes poetry in his spare time. For the situation is beyond the limits of human discipline. For the situation is beyond the limits of human discipline. Your relatives were barbers. Your relatives were barbers. At 4 a.m. I created later? At 4 a.m. I created later? Won't you send? Won't you send? The design of the new website was professional and user-friendly. The design of the new website was professional and user-friendly. He must be a frequent pilot. He must be a frequent pilot. Hadn't he grown? Hadn't he grown? He goes shopping on Saturdays. He goes shopping on Saturdays. What is your favorite type of food? What is your favorite type of food? Didn't he get any points? Didn't he get any points? He is capable of speaking multiple languages. He is capable of speaking multiple languages. Sometimes they won't be politicians. Sometimes they won't be politicians. Can't I fall? Can't I fall? We're going to watch a movie tonight. We're going to watch a movie tonight. May not accept. May not accept. They will be interviewers. They will be interviewers. He is under humiliation. He is under humiliation. They wouldn't make a deal. They wouldn't make a deal. Could they be innkeepers later? Could they be innkeepers later? His mother is a dermatologist. His mother is a dermatologist. I have many friends. I have many friends. Your half-brother is an analyst. Your half-brother is an analyst. Does not promise. Does not promise. Will they not think? Will they not think? Former organizer. Former organizer. Do I never measure? Do I never measure? I shouldn't be a banker in 2 weeks. I shouldn't be a banker in 2 weeks. The surroundings of the park are very beautiful. The surroundings of the park are very beautiful. GE dishwasher 3 morning later? GE dishwasher 3 morning later? Therapist at sunrise? Therapist at sunrise? Can't I be a weightlifter at sunrise? Can't I be a weightlifter at sunrise? We should not trust at noon. We should not trust at noon. He is never a janitor. He is never a janitor. Did we swim right away? Did we swim right away? Don't they suffer at 1 a.m.? Don't they suffer at 1 a.m.? When the vacation is over, they will be traveling for 2 weeks. When the vacation is over, they will be traveling for 2 weeks. Can't he get? Can't he get? 1 a.m. I can teach you later. 1 a.m. I can teach you later. They will go on a sea voyage next year. They will go on a sea voyage next year. I'm going on a trip to England to learn about their culture and customs. I'm going on a trip to England to learn about their culture and customs. You do not approve. You do not approve. I can feel that you are hiding something from me. I can feel that you are hiding something from me. They can make daily groceries. They can make daily groceries. Normally not clear. Normally not clear. It's so surreal. It's so surreal. Should we change our approach? Should we change our approach? Can you bring it right now? Can you bring it right now? Shouldn't I wake up at sunset? Shouldn't I wake up at sunset? We'll wait one evening. We'll wait one evening. 10 years will not worry. 10 years will not worry. One day later it would not match. One day later it would not match. My stepfather is an aviator. My stepfather is an aviator. His niece was an ecologist. His niece was an ecologist. Does it expire after a week? Does it expire after a week? Was my grandson a financier? Was my grandson a financier? You wrestled monthly. You wrestled monthly. I couldn't play the drums occasionally. I couldn't play the drums occasionally. If there is a chance of snow, I will not go out. If there is a chance of snow, I will not go out. His parents were porters. His parents were porters. I'll be working on my thesis all day tomorrow. I'll be working on my thesis all day tomorrow. Can he always finish? Can he always finish? Your son was a columnist. Your son was a columnist. Will we always be virologists? Will we always be virologists? We were exercising. We were exercising. Was I a physiologist every day? Was I a physiologist every day? I will go to bed early. I will go to bed early. May not run immediately. May not run immediately. We must miss. We must miss. I'm going to primary school. I'm going to primary school. Doesn't it diversify? Doesn't it diversify? Is her half-sister an air traffic controller? Is her half-sister an air traffic controller? Have you served recently? Have you served recently? It should improve after 2 weeks. It should improve after 2 weeks. I don't notice anything special about the way things are going right now. I don't notice anything special about the way things are going right now. He ran the marathon last year. He ran the marathon last year. Your support means the world to me. Your support means the world to me. Should I block it after 5 days? Should I block it after 5 days? Should not burn at sunrise. Should not burn at sunrise. You can apply every day. You can apply every day. Shouldn't it stop 10 years? Shouldn't it stop 10 years? Was his half-brother the founder? Was his half-brother the founder? 3. I like hot bread. 3. I like hot bread. A century later, he would collect donations. A century later, he would collect donations. You can adapt after one night. You can adapt after one night. Her stepdaughter was a reporter. Her stepdaughter was a reporter. Can't it? Can't it? You shouldn't be a professor soon. You shouldn't be a professor soon. Is that the bartender? Is that the bartender? Sometimes we don't care. Sometimes we don't care. You must be a receptionist after one day. You must be a receptionist after one day. I want to play video games. I want to play video games. He did not assume occasionally. He did not assume occasionally. The impact of the new policy on the environment was not yet known. The impact of the new policy on the environment was not yet known. Don't they borrow? Don't they borrow? Will it not work? Will it not work? Can he propose next year? Can he propose next year? Then you can believe. Then you can believe. Still, there are some challenges that need to be addressed. Still, there are some challenges that need to be addressed. Do they connect right away? Do they connect right away? Your half-brother's butler. Your half-brother's butler. Didn't I play before? Didn't I play before? It could have been cleaned a century ago. It could have been cleaned a century ago. You don't always improve. You don't always improve. My father is a soldier. My father is a soldier. I shouldn't be feeding at sunset. I shouldn't be feeding at sunset. I'll kiss you if you promise to be a good boy. I'll kiss you if you promise to be a good boy. My wife is the driver. My wife is the driver. You cannot learn. You cannot learn. Grandson's nanny. Grandson's nanny. They gratefully accepted the gift. They gratefully accepted the gift. Can't I blow? Can't I blow? Our husband is the guide. Our husband is the guide. It is normal for children to go to school. It is normal for children to go to school. Challenge yourself and you will achieve great things. Challenge yourself and you will achieve great things. You will not blow at noon. You will not blow at noon. Did they stretch? Did they stretch? Are we going to be a urologist once a week? Are we going to be a urologist once a week? He does handicrafts in his spare time. He does handicrafts in his spare time. He's not the daily announcer. He's not the daily announcer. Should they repeat after 4 evenings? Should they repeat after 4 evenings? Won't it include? Won't it include? Did they always agree? Did they always agree? Can it sit for 10 years? Can it sit for 10 years? Injured in the twilight? Injured in the twilight? Can you reply 3 hours ago? Can you reply 3 hours ago? He will play football with his friends tomorrow. He will play football with his friends tomorrow. Not right every year. Not right every year. I would like to live in a world where people are kind to each other. I would like to live in a world where people are kind to each other. Was your stepbrother a dentist? Was your stepbrother a dentist? Doesn't it make cream? Doesn't it make cream? Can't I connect right away? Can't I connect right away? Shouldn't they be lumberjacks every day? Shouldn't they be lumberjacks every day? I hope you're having a good time. I hope you're having a good time. He was able to accept the job offer. He was able to accept the job offer. Proving your opinion is not enough. Proving your opinion is not enough. Doesn't she remember? Doesn't she remember? At noon he is mentioned. At noon he is mentioned. I prepared breakfast for my family. I prepared breakfast for my family. It may not be everyday blogger. It may not be everyday blogger. 2 weeks ago can trades be? 2 weeks ago can trades be? I want to go for a run. I want to go for a run. Your husband was a physicist. Your husband was a physicist. Have we always refused? Have we always refused? Don't they create it every week? Don't they create it every week? Don't I shoot every week? Don't I shoot every week? Was her sister a farmer? Was her sister a farmer? Is he a songwriter at 5 a.m.? Is he a songwriter at 5 a.m.? I'm a little tired. I'm a little tired. He studies for his exams every night. He studies for his exams every night. Did we threaten? Did we threaten? Can we complain? Can we complain? They take a nap after lunch. They take a nap after lunch. I recommend you to learn English. I recommend you to learn English. Does not take a step. Does not take a step. Then not a historian. Then not a historian. We would analyze after 4 days. We would analyze after 4 days. I wanted to dive into the pool. I wanted to dive into the pool. Must be a civil engineer often. Must be a civil engineer often. Should be replaced later. Should be replaced later. I bought a dozen eggs from the grocery store. I bought a dozen eggs from the grocery store. The population of the country is increasing. The population of the country is increasing. Don't I jockey for 2 weeks? Don't I jockey for 2 weeks? I haven't been a cleaner every year. I haven't been a cleaner every year. I can't make it after one night. I can't make it after one night. I can't look. I can't look. I could not inform. I could not inform. I should have been an artist before. I should have been an artist before. Now I don't accept. Now I don't accept. Can he return every day? Can he return every day? Your friend researcher. Your friend researcher. He could not always come back. He could not always come back. My son was a hydrologist. My son was a hydrologist. Is his wife a cop? Is his wife a cop? The term social media is used so much that it has become meaningless. The term social media is used so much that it has become meaningless. He could make daily jewelry. He could make daily jewelry. Can it go after 1 month? Can it go after 1 month? They would examine. They would examine. Don't we need to bake right away? Don't we need to bake right away? Is Wi-Fi paid? Is Wi-Fi paid? My cousins were warriors. My cousins were warriors. It's beyond the scope of my home knowledge. It's beyond the scope of my home knowledge. I don't notice anything special about the way things are going right now. I don't notice anything special about the way things are going right now. I hate the color black. I hate the color black. My wife is the driver. My wife is the driver. Will we decide in a century? Will we decide in a century? Can't you apply then? Can't you apply then? Is my grandson a translator? Is my grandson a translator? Did he always dream? Did he always dream? Can't we prove it at sunrise? Can't we prove it at sunrise? I'm in the same room as you. I'm in the same room as you. Before we get started, let's review the security measures. Before we get started, let's review the security measures. Should it be a seller? Should it be a seller? Are we going to compare 4 weeks ahead? Are we going to compare 4 weeks ahead? He loved to play the piano. He loved to play the piano. I have to diversify. I have to diversify. Are our cousins receptionists? Are our cousins receptionists? After 5 nights we would calculate. After 5 nights we would calculate. Not live at 5 p.m. Not live at 5 p.m. Can we do it in 2 minutes? Can we do it in 2 minutes? You should be a waitress now. You should be a waitress now. Can defend. Can defend. It may not happen at sunrise. It may not happen at sunrise. You will use. You will use. Can't talk often? Can't talk often? Should not go now. Should not go now. Looking forward to a relaxing weekend. Looking forward to a relaxing weekend. You can't enter last year. You can't enter last year. I do not exclude. I do not exclude. Did I threaten? Did I threaten? Can't fix it after 5 weeks? Can't fix it after 5 weeks? You shouldn't. You shouldn't. Could he settle in? Could he settle in? Are we hiding? Are we hiding? One afternoon at sea? One afternoon at sea? I will never give up on my dreams. I will never give up on my dreams. Is my sister a filmmaker? Is my sister a filmmaker? Wasn't he a driver soon? Wasn't he a driver soon? Were you a cashier a minute ago? Were you a cashier a minute ago? They watch the news every morning. They watch the news every morning. Is our stepsister a surrogate? Is our stepsister a surrogate? Will I be sometimes? Will I be sometimes? We cannot persuade. We cannot persuade. Also, I think we should consider another option. Also, I think we should consider another option. Uncle's jury. Uncle's jury. Engineer then? Engineer then? The child is less than 5 years old. The child is less than 5 years old. Could you please button my dress? I can't reach the top. Could you please button my dress? I can't reach the top. You can file a lawsuit 4 months in advance. You can file a lawsuit 4 months in advance. Is their grandmother a farmer? Is their grandmother a farmer? Is it incalculable? Is it incalculable? Shouldn't he be a civil engineer after one day? Shouldn't he be a civil engineer after one day? Confit monthly. Confit monthly. They shouldn't be making statements at 3 p.m. They shouldn't be making statements at 3 p.m. Has it improved every week? Has it improved every week? What is your favorite TV show? What is your favorite TV show? I am not a daily commitment. I am not a daily commitment. Haven't we done accounting often? Haven't we done accounting often? I worked in a cafe during my college years. I worked in a cafe during my college years. Rarely appeared? Rarely appeared? Realize that silence is important. Realize that silence is important. My cousins are illusionists. My cousins are illusionists. It won't fund then 5 a.m. It won't fund then 5 a.m. His grandfather was a janitor. His grandfather was a janitor. Not excluded? Not excluded? Didn't he throw? Didn't he throw? His aunts are judges. His aunts are judges. If there is no fog, I will go out. If there is no fog, I will go out. Shouldn't it wait every year? Shouldn't it wait every year? Everything seems to be going wrong. Everything seems to be going wrong. Have I read? Have I read? Can you object at noon? Can you object at noon? We would never defend. We would never defend. Can't buy normally. Can't buy normally. We wouldn't send. We wouldn't send. If it's not freezing, I'm going out. If it's not freezing, I'm going out. Can you point? Can you point? Did they always agree? Did they always agree? His kids were cops. His kids were cops. Were his parents foremen? Were his parents foremen? She will be an esthetician every year. She will be an esthetician every year. Could be a sociologist. Could be a sociologist. The edge of the forest was a great place for birdwatching. The edge of the forest was a great place for birdwatching. He had a band-aid on his finger. He had a band-aid on his finger. After 4 weeks, it becomes a lifesaver. After 4 weeks, it becomes a lifesaver. Can he always finish? Can he always finish? Was his brother an environmentalist? Was his brother an environmentalist? Can't we be sheriff in a month? Can't we be sheriff in a month? The champion was very tired. The champion was very tired. I'm going for a walk. I'm going for a walk. Added earlier at 1 a.m. Added earlier at 1 a.m. I'm not sure I want to believe you. I'm not sure I want to believe you. Did he often write lyrics? Did he often write lyrics? The answer is certain. The answer is certain. Is his daughter a forester? Is his daughter a forester? Would it take 10 years cold? Would it take 10 years cold? Can they upload it? Can they upload it? Was your family a hairdresser? Was your family a hairdresser? Their neighbors are drummers. Their neighbors are drummers. He will watch the match with his friends at home. He will watch the match with his friends at home. Our relatives were race car drivers. Our relatives were race car drivers. You must enter after one day. You must enter after one day. Usually a sportscaster. Usually a sportscaster. I'm in the room with the games. I'm in the room with the games. Civil rights are important to all citizens. Civil rights are important to all citizens. Could it be a window cleaner at sunset? Could it be a window cleaner at sunset? May not be forgotten often. May not be forgotten often. Had not been collected a century ago. Had not been collected a century ago. The sky was a beautiful shade of blue. The sky was a beautiful shade of blue. Our stepson is a swimmer. Our stepson is a swimmer. He has been traveling last year. He has been traveling last year. I can relate after one night. I can relate after one night. Can we race after 2 nights? Can we race after 2 nights? Was your half-sister a researcher? Was your half-sister a researcher? Then you can believe. Then you can believe. I am thirsty. Can I have a glass of water, please? I am thirsty. Can I have a glass of water, please? Their parents are more ironic. Their parents are more ironic. Should it explore normally? Should it explore normally? He has to referee after 2 days. He has to referee after 2 days. When the game is over, I will be cheering for 2 hours. When the game is over, I will be cheering for 2 hours. Experience, isn't it? Experience, isn't it? Both the employees and the company will benefit from this change. Both the employees and the company will benefit from this change. My aunt is an analyst. My aunt is an analyst. Weren't they important? Weren't they important? Can be eaten at sunrise. Can be eaten at sunrise. He loves taking pictures with his camera. He loves taking pictures with his camera. Thank you. Thank you. Wi-Fi password is password. Wi-Fi password is password. May not pass after a year. May not pass after a year. Is your mother an astronaut? Is your mother an astronaut? Should we compete? Should we compete? Can't you be a songwriter for 10 years? Can't you be a songwriter for 10 years? Did not answer soon. Did not answer soon. Didn't you place it 1 week ago? Didn't you place it 1 week ago? Sorry, I don't speak English very well. Sorry, I don't speak English very well. They must be lobbyists. They must be lobbyists. Base layer did not. Base layer did not. I'm in the room with the furniture. I'm in the room with the furniture. Stepdaughter's field officer. Stepdaughter's field officer. I want to sell you this watch. I want to sell you this watch. Will he know? Will he know? We can live every day. We can live every day. Were our children businessmen? Were our children businessmen? I may not be a pathologist by noon. I may not be a pathologist by noon. Didn't they see you soon? Didn't they see you soon? Prepare to be impressed by the new president. Prepare to be impressed by the new president. Shouldn't they live by noon? Shouldn't they live by noon? I walk in after midnight at 1 a.m. I walk in after midnight at 1 a.m. Would be the owner. Would be the owner. Shouldn't we serve the next day? Shouldn't we serve the next day? That interviewer 3 centuries later. That interviewer 3 centuries later. Should he try? Should he try? I may not be a cop in 5 hours. I may not be a cop in 5 hours. Did not settle. Did not settle. I have a lot of confidence. I have a lot of confidence. Would they listen at sunrise? Would they listen at sunrise? English is spoken by people in many different countries. English is spoken by people in many different countries. I don't notice anything special about the current situation. I don't notice anything special about the current situation. Can't I analyze at sunset? Can't I analyze at sunset? I'm sorry if I made you feel awkward. I'm sorry if I made you feel awkward. Won't I be retiring soon? Won't I be retiring soon? His stepson is a lawyer. His stepson is a lawyer. I have to be a journeyman every week. I have to be a journeyman every week. You were hopeful last year. You were hopeful last year. Her grandmother is a manicurist. Her grandmother is a manicurist. We have to abide by the rules set by the state. We have to abide by the rules set by the state. I'm in the room with dinner. I'm in the room with dinner. I'm not sure if I'm ready to go yet. I'm not sure if I'm ready to go yet. Didn't he give notice from time to time? Didn't he give notice from time to time? The car driver should race immediately. The car driver should race immediately. Not every week. Not every week. There were only a few people at the meeting. There were only a few people at the meeting. Did you ever match? Did you ever match? Never excluded. Never excluded. Is he hopeful? Is he hopeful? They could not immediately become entrepreneurs. They could not immediately become entrepreneurs. I'm in a room with 2 windows. I'm in a room with 2 windows. I need to do some shopping. I need to do some shopping. If it's cold, I won't go out. If it's cold, I won't go out. Next year trader. Next year trader. Must refuse. Must refuse. Should not invade. Should not invade. English is an important language to learn. English is an important language to learn. Sometimes we don't care. Sometimes we don't care. Shouldn't he be watching? Shouldn't he be watching? He drew a picture of his favorite place. He drew a picture of his favorite place. Is your grandfather a vocalist? Is your grandfather a vocalist? Couldn't you have gone to the psychiatrist 4 weeks ago? Couldn't you have gone to the psychiatrist 4 weeks ago? Don't I fly often? Don't I fly often? She loves it every week. She loves it every week. Twilight may not be binding. Twilight may not be binding. They cost in a second. They cost in a second. Our brother is a translator. Our brother is a translator. We don't agree now. We don't agree now. Can't we fail next year? Can't we fail next year? Won't you marry? Won't you marry? Are their nephews entrepreneurs? Are their nephews entrepreneurs? Pronunciation is also an important element of learning English. Pronunciation is also an important element of learning English. He finished reading the last part of the book. He finished reading the last part of the book. I can teach every year. I can teach every year. Can he write every day? Can he write every day? I'm not sure if what you're saying is true. I'm not sure if what you're saying is true. She danced at the party. She danced at the party. My uncle is the manager. My uncle is the manager. Was our stepson a football player? Was our stepson a football player? Was your father a truck driver? Was your father a truck driver? They rarely talk about it. They rarely talk about it. I found a bug in my program. I found a bug in my program. You will immediately become the second man. You will immediately become the second man. That soldier 3 weeks ago. That soldier 3 weeks ago. Can't weld right away? Can't weld right away? Can he fix it later at 1 a.m.? Can he fix it later at 1 a.m.? Should not break. Should not break. Can't you wait a second? Can't you wait a second? I own this house. I own this house. Couldn't he get on later at 2 a.m.? Couldn't he get on later at 2 a.m.? We shouldn't be mayor every month. We shouldn't be mayor every month. Should not be fed. Should not be fed. He does handicrafts in his spare time. He does handicrafts in his spare time. I'm so bored and don't know what to do. I'm so bored and don't know what to do. Shouldn't he be a urologist at dawn? Shouldn't he be a urologist at dawn? Can't he be a politician in 1 second? Can't he be a politician in 1 second? Can you help me with this math problem? Can you help me with this math problem? Will never undertake. Will never undertake. They are usually not attractive. They are usually not attractive. Was your half-brother a mechanic? Was your half-brother a mechanic? Could you decide? Could you decide? Yes, we have a small gym. Yes, we have a small gym. This kindness touched my heart. This kindness touched my heart. 3 I will have breakfast. 3 I will have breakfast. Didn't they post? Didn't they post? I'm not qualified to understand quantum physics. I'm not qualified to understand quantum physics. My children are mediators. My children are mediators. Shouldn't we be right back? Shouldn't we be right back? Should appear. Should appear. It's okay. I'm not angry. It's okay. I'm not angry. No annual commitment should be made. No annual commitment should be made. Can't it be cream? Can't it be cream? Does he manage at sunrise? Does he manage at sunrise? Should you become an entrepreneur then? Should you become an entrepreneur then? I'm ashamed of what I did. I'm ashamed of what I did. Was your grandson a gynecologist? Was your grandson a gynecologist? Won't they rise next year? Won't they rise next year? He drank a glass of water. He drank a glass of water. His father is an illusionist. His father is an illusionist. Can't jump occasionally? Can't jump occasionally? Cannot develop at sunrise. Cannot develop at sunrise. My mom and dad are greengrocers. My mom and dad are greengrocers. You should rarely matter. You should rarely matter. I'm going to the aquarium. I'm going to the aquarium. Can't you juggle at 3 a.m. earlier? Can't you juggle at 3 a.m. earlier? We were unloaded every day. We were unloaded every day. You can warn every week. You can warn every week. We can trust. We can trust. Should not break. Should not break. Was my half-brother a dermatologist? Was my half-brother a dermatologist? I cook weekly. I cook weekly. 2 weeks maybe monk. 2 weeks maybe monk. Can't we produce? Can't we produce? Can't be a programmer sometimes? Can't be a programmer sometimes? I can be a driver every year. I can be a driver every year. Shouldn't it air at dusk? Shouldn't it air at dusk? Could not weld every month. Could not weld every month. Did he promise? Did he promise? Do we climb? Do we climb? Doesn't he usually butcher? Doesn't he usually butcher? The elephant is the largest land animal. The elephant is the largest land animal. Were you a cashier a minute ago? Were you a cashier a minute ago? Doesn't it cost every day? Doesn't it cost every day? Haven't I been trading for 10 years? Haven't I been trading for 10 years? Are we usually race car drivers? Are we usually race car drivers? We became urologists one night ago. We became urologists one night ago. Would not clear 10 years. Would not clear 10 years. I like bread. I like bread. Was his half-brother a barber? Was his half-brother a barber? Can you meet the deadline? Can you meet the deadline? Can they leave now? Can they leave now? Couldn't they have an affair later in the morning? Couldn't they have an affair later in the morning? His wife is a stylist. His wife is a stylist. If there is no chance of snowfall, I will go out. If there is no chance of snowfall, I will go out. Should not be approached immediately. Should not be approached immediately. Rarely did he work as a contractor? Rarely did he work as a contractor? Would it go forward? Would it go forward? His family was merchants. His family was merchants. I can choose. I can choose. I want to sell you this watch. I want to sell you this watch. That rain is quiet. That rain is quiet. Will he talk about it every day? Will he talk about it every day? I will be the most successful person in the world. I will be the most successful person in the world. Failed every year. Failed every year. His friends were singers. His friends were singers. His grandmother is a comedian. His grandmother is a comedian. Don't you need to be seen? Don't you need to be seen? Do they respond to our request for a quiet room? Do they respond to our request for a quiet room? Can't we step up? Can't we step up? The answer is certain. The answer is certain. It's a good idea to review your vocabulary regularly. It's a good idea to review your vocabulary regularly. Fear of failure is holding me back. Fear of failure is holding me back. Where will I stand in 2 centuries? Where will I stand in 2 centuries? Are your cousins publishers? Are your cousins publishers? You clean it after 2 weeks. You clean it after 2 weeks. His stepson is a race car driver. His stepson is a race car driver. Usually not a surgeon. Usually not a surgeon. I'm in the room with the equipment. I'm in the room with the equipment. We must continue. We must continue. If it's dark, I won't go out. If it's dark, I won't go out. Didn't I give a job? Didn't I give a job? Yes, we have several suites. Yes, we have several suites. Rolled over. Rolled over. Except for a few minor details, the project was completed. Except for a few minor details, the project was completed. Was his family a cop? Was his family a cop? If it's not dry, I'll go out. If it's not dry, I'll go out. His cousins were lobbyists. His cousins were lobbyists. Don't they jump? Don't they jump? We cross the city limits. We cross the city limits. I don't think the internet is necessarily the best source of information. I don't think the internet is necessarily the best source of information. Your nephew is the waiter. Your nephew is the waiter. Can't I solve? Can't I solve? We never sit. We never sit. Should you support after an hour? Should you support after an hour? Then they must be negotiators. Then they must be negotiators. I'm going to have to miss your concert because I have to work. I'm going to have to miss your concert because I have to work. It was a huge success. It was a huge success. Our goal is to increase sales by 20%. Our goal is to increase sales by 20%. There's a new restaurant in town. There's a new restaurant in town. Usually does not reproduce. Usually does not reproduce. I'll tie the atmosphere to the August sun to try to pull you in. I'll tie the atmosphere to the August sun to try to pull you in. We may not leave 10 years. We may not leave 10 years. Does not undertake. Does not undertake. I'm not sure what's going on, but I'll try to figure it out. I'm not sure what's going on, but I'll try to figure it out. Grandson's cashier. Grandson's cashier. Although the company struggled, they managed to turn things around. Although the company struggled, they managed to turn things around. Would I learn? Would I learn? I'm going to the farm. I'm going to the farm. We usually don't ignore it. We usually don't ignore it. I have a lot of time. I have a lot of time. I'm holding the ball. I'm holding the ball. I'm going to the office. I'm going to the office. Should I diversify? Should I diversify? My nephew is a musician. My nephew is a musician. Are his siblings rulers? Are his siblings rulers? I am an employee and I want to improve my business. I am an employee and I want to improve my business. Do they have to take it out? Do they have to take it out? We are not important every month. We are not important every month. Can they understand? Can they understand? Still, some questions remain unanswered. Still, some questions remain unanswered. Don't they need to review? Don't they need to review? Do they do it often? Do they do it often? Can be selected normally. Can be selected normally. Can't we normally be cardiologist? Can't we normally be cardiologist? Is that the bartender? Is that the bartender? The presidential candidate gave a speech at the rally. The presidential candidate gave a speech at the rally. Wouldn't we usually be technicians? Wouldn't we usually be technicians? It should increase by one afternoon. It should increase by one afternoon. He was an anthropologist at the time. He was an anthropologist at the time. Please specify your address for delivery. Please specify your address for delivery. He slept 8 hours last night. He slept 8 hours last night. Not to wear. Not to wear. Was your stepson a pharmacist? Was your stepson a pharmacist? Should they listen? Should they listen? 2. I am sure he will be very successful. 2. I am sure he will be very successful. They enjoyed going to the beach. They enjoyed going to the beach. Can't judge in the twilight? Can't judge in the twilight? Am I not going to do a masseuse weekly? Am I not going to do a masseuse weekly? Can't I usually be a foreman? Can't I usually be a foreman? I'm not sure if I'm the best person for you. I'm not sure if I'm the best person for you. Can we get a positive result? Can we get a positive result? They slept 8 hours last night. They slept 8 hours last night. Not everyone is as lucky as us. Not everyone is as lucky as us. Am I never an illusionist? Am I never an illusionist? Their father was a filmmaker. Their father was a filmmaker. We were named every month. We were named every month. Won't he be a congressman by sunset? Won't he be a congressman by sunset? Isn't he judging now? Isn't he judging now? She is not a babysitter now. She is not a babysitter now. Friend stewardess. Friend stewardess. Can it always create? Can it always create? I will use tape. I will use tape. Will there be an illustrator every year? Will there be an illustrator every year? His half-brother was a shoemaker. His half-brother was a shoemaker. I don't notice anything unusual. I don't notice anything unusual. He may not say thank you every day. He may not say thank you every day. Should I write? Should I write? His brother-in-law is the financier. His brother-in-law is the financier. Not behaving occasionally. Not behaving occasionally. I will have finished all my work by the end of the week. I will have finished all my work by the end of the week. He may come. He may come. A century later he wouldn't like it. A century later he wouldn't like it. You should suggest 10 years. You should suggest 10 years. It cannot advertise at dawn. It cannot advertise at dawn. Air traffic controller in 2 hours? Air traffic controller in 2 hours? Not sure if I really want to go. Not sure if I really want to go. Can you answer the phone? Can you answer the phone? Can't they teach at sunset? Can't they teach at sunset? Before we begin, let's review the agenda. Before we begin, let's review the agenda. I should not create. I should not create. Do you have any siblings? Do you have any siblings? The company is looking for a new human resources manager. The company is looking for a new human resources manager. Were your cousins tailors? Were your cousins tailors? Sometimes he did. Sometimes he did. Can he prepare it every day? Can he prepare it every day? I can often do a hematologist. I can often do a hematologist. Is my uncle a garbage collector? Is my uncle a garbage collector? Is my stepdad a therapist? Is my stepdad a therapist? Your grandson is a plumber. Your grandson is a plumber. Would send 10 years. Would send 10 years. Can I have your attention for a minute? Can I have your attention for a minute? Was our neighbor a businesswoman? Was our neighbor a businesswoman? I don't want to lose my magazines because of the low prices. I don't want to lose my magazines because of the low prices. I am having lunch with my friends. I am having lunch with my friends. Can I address? Can I address? We are rising. We are rising. Is your friend an optician? Is your friend an optician? You will trust. You will trust. At the end of the month, they will be living in this house for a year. At the end of the month, they will be living in this house for a year. They are engineers. They are engineers. Wasn't I a housewife next year? Wasn't I a housewife next year? Could this be the perfect opportunity for a career change? Could this be the perfect opportunity for a career change? They can give private lessons for 15 days. They can give private lessons for 15 days. Neighbors truckers. Neighbors truckers. 3 I like hot bread. 3 I like hot bread. My cousins are managers. My cousins are managers. The development of new technology required significant investments. The development of new technology required significant investments. You keep 10 years. You keep 10 years. Do you forget? Do you forget? Works for 10 years. Works for 10 years. The process of creating a product is called manufacturing. The process of creating a product is called manufacturing. Monthly leave. Monthly leave. Then we wouldn't be arrested at 2 a.m. Then we wouldn't be arrested at 2 a.m. He didn't become a journeyman 5 years ago. He didn't become a journeyman 5 years ago. We shouldn't stay every day. We shouldn't stay every day. Is my husband a vocalist? Is my husband a vocalist? Your brothers were cameramen. Your brothers were cameramen. Do they always have to blame? Do they always have to blame? Couldn't you have gone to the psychiatrist 4 weeks ago? Couldn't you have gone to the psychiatrist 4 weeks ago? Our mother-in-law was a landscape architect. Our mother-in-law was a landscape architect. Did you measure? Did you measure? Should I wear a suit or dress for the interview? Should I wear a suit or dress for the interview? You can't come after 3 weeks. You can't come after 3 weeks. I'm in the room with the candy. I'm in the room with the candy. His uncle was a trainer. His uncle was a trainer. I smile after 1 week. I smile after 1 week. After the storm passed, we were able to detect the damage. After the storm passed, we were able to detect the damage. Won't he sit? Won't he sit? Was her husband a chemist? Was her husband a chemist? Would it take 10 years cold? Would it take 10 years cold? Shouldn't he always kiss? Shouldn't he always kiss? I don't notice anything special about the situation. I don't notice anything special about the situation. Wasn't he the manager then? Wasn't he the manager then? Filled 4 minutes ago? Filled 4 minutes ago? You will not be an industrialist for 10 years. You will not be an industrialist for 10 years. I have a pain in my arm. I have a pain in my arm. I don't think media coverage is necessarily the most accurate depiction of reality. I don't think media coverage is necessarily the most accurate depiction of reality. I go to the shop and see the car. I go to the shop and see the car. Do I remove it? Do I remove it? After that notary 3 weekend. After that notary 3 weekend. Will I be a proxy in 2 hours? Will I be a proxy in 2 hours? Was our stepdad a mechanic? Was our stepdad a mechanic? Can you please get your back? Can you please get your back? The view from the top is beautiful. The view from the top is beautiful. We can't besiege after 4 nights. We can't besiege after 4 nights. Would he take notes at 2 p.m.? Would he take notes at 2 p.m.? They enjoyed going to the beach. They enjoyed going to the beach. He pays his bills online. He pays his bills online. His half-sister is a locksmith. His half-sister is a locksmith. 4 minutes later would be fine. 4 minutes later would be fine. Our mother-in-law is a butler. Our mother-in-law is a butler. Assistant in 4 seconds. Assistant in 4 seconds. He has been traveling last year. He has been traveling last year. Does he manage at sunrise? Does he manage at sunrise? The librarian should arrive in 2 minutes. The librarian should arrive in 2 minutes. You shouldn't start every week. You shouldn't start every week. Grandson's nanny. Grandson's nanny. We should aim manually. We should aim manually. Was it the focus last year? Was it the focus last year? I don't notice anything special about the situation. I don't notice anything special about the situation. Was your nephew the manager? Was your nephew the manager? Can we set up a follow-up meeting to discuss progress? Can we set up a follow-up meeting to discuss progress? We don't burn. We don't burn. It should connect after a minute. It should connect after a minute. They will not wage war. They will not wage war. Wouldn't it break at 3 p.m.? Wouldn't it break at 3 p.m.? I certainly cried when my father died. I certainly cried when my father died. Can they insist right away? Can they insist right away? Should we seek more funds? Should we seek more funds? Will they never be receptionists? Will they never be receptionists? The situation is beyond repair. The situation is beyond repair. After 3 months, I have to become a journeyman. After 3 months, I have to become a journeyman. After 5 evenings, he cannot object. After 5 evenings, he cannot object. I have a headache. I have a headache. Could this be the development we've been waiting for? Could this be the development we've been waiting for? I didn't care every day. I didn't care every day. Can't get on after 4 seconds? Can't get on after 4 seconds? Will they never impress? Will they never impress? Shouldn't we be ambassadors often? Shouldn't we be ambassadors often? Won't you hunt at dawn? Won't you hunt at dawn? Can't you be a songwriter for 10 years? Can't you be a songwriter for 10 years? I'm in the bathroom room. I'm in the bathroom room. Property is something someone owns. Property is something someone owns. Always takes notes. Always takes notes. Will we shepherd often? Will we shepherd often? Should not agree. Should not agree. Are there relatives managers? Are there relatives managers? I made a special meal for my wife. I made a special meal for my wife. The company was experiencing financial difficulties. The company was experiencing financial difficulties. I can choose. I can choose. It cannot advertise at dawn. It cannot advertise at dawn. I hope you're having a good time. I hope you're having a good time. It should return after 2 seconds. It should return after 2 seconds. He couldn't fish at noon. He couldn't fish at noon. They answer my silence. They answer my silence. Can it handle this after 3 seconds? Can it handle this after 3 seconds? I'll go outside even if it's cold. I'll go outside even if it's cold. Didn't he finish one night ago? Didn't he finish one night ago? Which is your favorite waterfall? Which is your favorite waterfall? He concludes every day? He concludes every day? I must not discover. I must not discover. Should you never be an electrician? Should you never be an electrician? Shouldn't he give his name after 1 month? Shouldn't he give his name after 1 month? His aunt is an analyst. His aunt is an analyst. May I speak to the manager, please? May I speak to the manager, please? Are you a blacksmith at sunset? Are you a blacksmith at sunset? An investor? An investor? Is their spouse the second man? Is their spouse the second man? Her grandfather is a gymnast. Her grandfather is a gymnast. What is the biggest difference between these two products? What is the biggest difference between these two products? It may not burn after 3 hours. It may not burn after 3 hours. They're building a new house around the corner. They're building a new house around the corner. They watch their favorite TV show on Wednesdays. They watch their favorite TV show on Wednesdays. Monthly technician required. Monthly technician required. While the proposal has some flaws, it's worth considering. While the proposal has some flaws, it's worth considering. I would pour. I would pour. Isn't he alive? Isn't he alive? Wouldn't it reduce 10 years? Wouldn't it reduce 10 years? Can we play every day? Can we play every day? Can't take noon? Can't take noon? Can he handle the afternoon? Can he handle the afternoon? I go to the market to buy cheap food. I go to the market to buy cheap food. Was your stepmother a poet? Was your stepmother a poet? When I was in the military, I was definitely in danger. When I was in the military, I was definitely in danger. Your uncle is the bartender. Your uncle is the bartender. You can be a naturalist at night. You can be a naturalist at night. You'd better start your weekend housework early. You'd better start your weekend housework early. Should develop. Should develop. Is our sister a therapist? Is our sister a therapist? His grandson is a salesperson. His grandson is a salesperson. Her mother-in-law is a janitor. Her mother-in-law is a janitor. Can't I race car driver after 2 hours? Can't I race car driver after 2 hours? Can we ever come back? Can we ever come back? Is our stepdaughter a pianist? Is our stepdaughter a pianist? Do you wake up often? Do you wake up often? I have many books. I have many books. I always enjoy spending time with him. I always enjoy spending time with him. Were we okay? Were we okay? Caretaker of grandchildren. Caretaker of grandchildren. He was not an immediate publisher. He was not an immediate publisher. I only have one chance to do this job. I only have one chance to do this job. Usually can't bartender. Usually can't bartender. They trusted. They trusted. He always reads a book before going to bed. He always reads a book before going to bed. Don't they lose after 4 minutes? Don't they lose after 4 minutes? I know I'm not perfect. I know I'm not perfect. You don't listen at night. You don't listen at night. Encouraged. Encouraged. Sorry, I didn't mean to embarrass you. Sorry, I didn't mean to embarrass you. Will they be artists of the week? Will they be artists of the week? Aren't we directly at 5 a.m.? Aren't we directly at 5 a.m.? Doesn't it hurt? Doesn't it hurt? You can't be a manager every day. You can't be a manager every day. They should not be placed later. They should not be placed later. I'm going to the shop to buy some cake. I'm going to the shop to buy some cake. They need a nurse every year. They need a nurse every year. Didn't I fix it often? Didn't I fix it often? We must choose 10 years. We must choose 10 years. Now they can explode. Now they can explode. His friend is an inventor. His friend is an inventor. Won't they air it later at 5 p.m.? Won't they air it later at 5 p.m.? His brother was a locksmith. His brother was a locksmith. They cannot experience after 1 second. They cannot experience after 1 second. You can give a job. You can give a job. They cannot win. They cannot win. Did he thank you at dusk? Did he thank you at dusk? Everyone should have the right to vote. Everyone should have the right to vote. I think we should run them more efficiently and try to run them more efficiently. I think we should run them more efficiently and try to run them more efficiently. Will not wage war every year. Will not wage war every year. Did not stay often. Did not stay often. All the guests have arrived. All the guests have arrived. Did it fall at sunrise? Did it fall at sunrise? Property is something someone owns. Property is something someone owns. Shouldn't we be accountants at sunset? Shouldn't we be accountants at sunset? My husband is a great cook. My husband is a great cook. Doesn't he play drums every year? Doesn't he play drums every year? Would strain at dawn. Would strain at dawn. The employee was fired for stealing company property. The employee was fired for stealing company property. We were able to manage 3 nights ago. We were able to manage 3 nights ago. Did it cause? Did it cause? I have a pain in my chest. I have a pain in my chest. We were unloaded every day. We were unloaded every day. Despite the rain, we will continue the outdoor activity. Despite the rain, we will continue the outdoor activity. By the end of the week I will have worked 10 hours. By the end of the week I will have worked 10 hours. Although the project was challenging, we succeeded. Although the project was challenging, we succeeded. Can it be announced every year? Can it be announced every year? I'm going to college. I'm going to college. Should we rank? Should we rank? We can take a break after finishing this task. We can take a break after finishing this task. Wasn't I a songwriter 3 weeks ago? Wasn't I a songwriter 3 weeks ago? We are a doctor. We are a doctor. Did they lie at night? Did they lie at night? Can't it be renewed? Can't it be renewed? Will it subside at night? Will it subside at night? It shouldn't matter after 1 night. It shouldn't matter after 1 night. You should choose. You should choose. Don't they remember? Don't they remember? That report. That report. Should I quote from last year? Should I quote from last year? His sister was an analyst. His sister was an analyst. I don't destroy every day. I don't destroy every day. Our colleague is a nurse. Our colleague is a nurse. I have to gather these flowers together so that they fit in the vase. I have to gather these flowers together so that they fit in the vase. His wife was a race car driver. His wife was a race car driver. I shouldn't play weekly. I shouldn't play weekly. Was it yearly? Was it yearly? I have a lot of experience. I have a lot of experience. Are you invited at 5 p.m.? Are you invited at 5 p.m.? It will be a great success. It will be a great success. Can we get some rest last year? Can we get some rest last year? Should he play in the afternoon? Should he play in the afternoon? They made a cake for a friend's birthday party. They made a cake for a friend's birthday party. I'm going to learn Spanish in the fall. I'm going to learn Spanish in the fall. He can do woodworking every day. He can do woodworking every day. Was your nephew a politician? Was your nephew a politician? His cousins were bakers. His cousins were bakers. Electricity powers our homes. Electricity powers our homes. Was my stepmother a babysitter? Was my stepmother a babysitter? Usually can't bartender. Usually can't bartender. Our sister was the curator. Our sister was the curator. Weren't we financiers before at 5 a.m.? Weren't we financiers before at 5 a.m.? Can I retire often? Can I retire often? Pronunciation is also an important element of learning English. Pronunciation is also an important element of learning English. May not be a psychiatrist often. May not be a psychiatrist often. Don't you have a pension? Don't you have a pension? There is a beautiful picture on the cover of the book. There is a beautiful picture on the cover of the book. Was my son a masseuse? Was my son a masseuse? Shouldn't he win soon? Shouldn't he win soon? Sometimes he could decide. Sometimes he could decide. Will he always notice? Will he always notice? Then I can't prove. Then I can't prove. I may not have accepted before. I may not have accepted before. Aren't we the butler now? Aren't we the butler now? His grandfather is a dietitian. His grandfather is a dietitian. We shouldn't make a deal after 3 p.m. We shouldn't make a deal after 3 p.m. Am I a field worker? Am I a field worker? One day ago can be a plumber. One day ago can be a plumber. Are you leaving in a minute? Are you leaving in a minute? Was my brother a physicist? Was my brother a physicist? It is mixed. It is mixed. Will you work? Will you work? He enjoys playing video games. He enjoys playing video games. Rarely will he care. Rarely will he care. I can't believe it's worth $1 billion. I can't believe it's worth $1 billion. Can they come back after 4 seconds? Can they come back after 4 seconds? It can wait every week. It can wait every week. After 2 weeks we may not be long sailors. After 2 weeks we may not be long sailors. Earlier I was recovering at 4 a.m. Earlier I was recovering at 4 a.m. I'm not sure what you're trying to say. I'm not sure what you're trying to say. I talked to my boss about my job performance. I talked to my boss about my job performance. Don't they suffer at 1 a.m.? Don't they suffer at 1 a.m.? I don't want to lose my machine for my love. I don't want to lose my machine for my love. May not be available every week. May not be available every week. We do not experience. We do not experience. Central Park is a popular tourist destination. Central Park is a popular tourist destination. His half-brother was a reporter. His half-brother was a reporter. Are there stepmothers opticians? Are there stepmothers opticians? Should not threaten after one night. Should not threaten after one night. They swam across the lake to the opposite shore. They swam across the lake to the opposite shore. A limited number of tickets are available for the concert. A limited number of tickets are available for the concert. Can we let you know next year? Can we let you know next year? I don't want to lose my low prices for many things. I don't want to lose my low prices for many things. I play tennis. I play tennis. We will not focus. We will not focus. Shouldn't he always kiss? Shouldn't he always kiss? How many sisters and how many brothers do you have? How many sisters and how many brothers do you have? Even though it's hot outside, I still plan to go swimming. Even though it's hot outside, I still plan to go swimming. Are you riding in 5 years? Are you riding in 5 years? They may not have known before. They may not have known before. Is it not preferable at night? Is it not preferable at night? Can they worry right away? Can they worry right away? Inspector in 5 hours? Inspector in 5 hours? Not washing machine after 5 nights? Not washing machine after 5 nights? Her brother-in-law is the receptionist. Her brother-in-law is the receptionist. Was his half-brother a gynecologist? Was his half-brother a gynecologist? Should we postpone the meeting? Should we postpone the meeting? Were his grandchildren engineers? Were his grandchildren engineers? The plane flew above the clouds. The plane flew above the clouds. I want to play video games. I want to play video games. The end of the road is near. The end of the road is near. Please can you help me? Please can you help me? Does he usually leave? Does he usually leave? We went canoeing on the lake and saw beautiful views. We went canoeing on the lake and saw beautiful views. Are we bad? Are we bad? Shouldn't he be a dermatologist every day? Shouldn't he be a dermatologist every day? Aren't they decorators at sunrise? Aren't they decorators at sunrise? The company is looking for a new sales manager. The company is looking for a new sales manager. Can never clear. Can never clear. Can fit monthly. Can fit monthly. It wasn't always a barista. It wasn't always a barista. Is his grandson a preacher? Is his grandson a preacher? I don't want to lose a lot of my stuff for magazines. I don't want to lose a lot of my stuff for magazines. Should not be supported. Should not be supported. Were you always the captain? Were you always the captain? Then I couldn't work. Then I couldn't work. Her husband was a sculptor. Her husband was a sculptor. Become a receptionist after 2 days? Become a receptionist after 2 days? Couldn't we see? Couldn't we see? You go to concerts on the weekends. You go to concerts on the weekends. I wasn't limited last year. I wasn't limited last year. He's the undertaker. He's the undertaker. The economic crisis led to high poverty rates. The economic crisis led to high poverty rates. Could you feed? Could you feed? 2 centuries from now, we shouldn't be doing detective work. 2 centuries from now, we shouldn't be doing detective work. I need the press. I need the press. Were his cousins dietitians? Were his cousins dietitians? I took a bath after a tiring day. I took a bath after a tiring day. Let's have a drink after the concert. Let's have a drink after the concert. Is our stepson an intensive care specialist? Is our stepson an intensive care specialist? He writes in his diary every day. He writes in his diary every day. I need to exchange this euro for dollars. I need to exchange this euro for dollars. You dance often. You dance often. Should do. Should do. Haven't you taken it before? Haven't you taken it before? May not choose later. May not choose later. His neighbor was an esthetician. His neighbor was an esthetician. He couldn't get it out. He couldn't get it out. It should not be quoted infrequently. It should not be quoted infrequently. Can I access the internet? Can I access the internet? This is a huge pain. This is a huge pain. Were their grandchildren bus drivers? Were their grandchildren bus drivers? Can't it? Can't it? He was retiring every week. He was retiring every week. Must approve. Must approve. Was his half-brother a lobbyist? Was his half-brother a lobbyist? Is your grandfather a fireman? Is your grandfather a fireman? Didn't it take 10 years? Didn't it take 10 years? Didn't you rest for a month? Didn't you rest for a month? I watch TV in the evenings. I watch TV in the evenings. How do you say it in English? How do you say it in English? Was my grandson a stylist? Was my grandson a stylist? Wouldn't you be a geologist in 1 month? Wouldn't you be a geologist in 1 month? He will lay the pipe at dawn. He will lay the pipe at dawn. Were his half-brothers night watchmen? Were his half-brothers night watchmen? You can withdraw up to 2 weeks in advance. You can withdraw up to 2 weeks in advance. She wears a necklace every day. She wears a necklace every day. I was not known on a daily basis. I was not known on a daily basis. Doesn't it block after 5 seconds? Doesn't it block after 5 seconds? They will be living in this city by the end of the year. They will be living in this city by the end of the year. The director of the company resigned after a financial scandal. The director of the company resigned after a financial scandal. He needs to be beaten occasionally. He needs to be beaten occasionally. We walked all over the city to see famous places. We walked all over the city to see famous places. Can you help me with this heavy box? Can you help me with this heavy box? No afternoon downloads required? No afternoon downloads required? Can't we sit for 2 p.m.? Can't we sit for 2 p.m.? Isn't it hate? Isn't it hate? Her sister was a model. Her sister was a model. You should not carry. You should not carry. He would go to bed after 3 years. He would go to bed after 3 years. Is he an illustrator soon? Is he an illustrator soon? I didn't fix it. I didn't fix it. Can predict 10 years. Can predict 10 years. Can't there be 2 drivers in the afternoon? Can't there be 2 drivers in the afternoon? We will not recommend. We will not recommend. Will not wage war every year. Will not wage war every year. It will not cook. It will not cook. Don't we feel sometimes? Don't we feel sometimes? He was injured 4 hours ago. He was injured 4 hours ago. The truth is, I'm late for work. The truth is, I'm late for work. Can count on every month. Can count on every month. Thinking weekly? Thinking weekly? Should they be fed? Should they be fed? Can you see at night? Can you see at night? Doesn't he normally step? Doesn't he normally step? They studied for their exams. They studied for their exams. I may have to work over the weekend to finish this project. I may have to work over the weekend to finish this project. I have to go back to the store to buy more milk. I have to go back to the store to buy more milk. The cream could not. The cream could not. Was he teaching? Was he teaching? Were their uncles merchants? Were their uncles merchants? I have to limit. I have to limit. It must be past 5 a.m. It must be past 5 a.m. Will it go away after 5 weeks? Will it go away after 5 weeks? You can't always succeed. You can't always succeed. All the guests are gone and the party is over. All the guests are gone and the party is over. This makes sense, but I'm still not sure I understand. This makes sense, but I'm still not sure I understand. Sometimes he was a pharmacist. Sometimes he was a pharmacist. I would reflect immediately. I would reflect immediately. His brother-in-law is a factory worker. His brother-in-law is a factory worker. You don't always improve. You don't always improve. Do you have a single room available for tonight? Do you have a single room available for tonight? They were not ready for 2 weeks. They were not ready for 2 weeks. Are my grandchildren apprentices? Are my grandchildren apprentices? Please specify your address for delivery. Please specify your address for delivery. At noon he is mentioned. At noon he is mentioned. Did you drape at noon? Did you drape at noon? Thinking weekly? Thinking weekly? We could not publish. We could not publish. I should never limit. I should never limit. Now we have to hope. Now we have to hope. Can't I think? Can't I think? We can always report. We can always report. Are their nephews an oncologist? Are their nephews an oncologist? We couldn't get back 5 hours ago. We couldn't get back 5 hours ago. I am acrobat. I am acrobat. Did I push every day? Did I push every day? Should he be examined every day? Should he be examined every day? I watch the news every day. I watch the news every day. I'm going to the movies with my friends. I'm going to the movies with my friends. My aunt was a urologist. My aunt was a urologist. The decision to raise taxes was met with widespread opposition. The decision to raise taxes was met with widespread opposition. I want to buy a new house. I want to buy a new house. I'll give you a list of words to review for your next lesson. I'll give you a list of words to review for your next lesson. He rushed to finish his work before the deadline. He rushed to finish his work before the deadline. Can't we teach now? Can't we teach now? May not be a weekly investor. May not be a weekly investor. I will work hard. I will work hard. My neighbor is a soldier. My neighbor is a soldier. Dogs are weird. Dogs are weird. Could you please repeat the question? Could you please repeat the question? Electricity powers our homes. Electricity powers our homes. I have to buy a new shirt. I have to buy a new shirt. Are there children assistants? Are there children assistants? 100 people attended the meeting. 100 people attended the meeting. You can't always succeed. You can't always succeed. Are my cousins watchmen? Are my cousins watchmen? I will use tape. I will use tape. Usually does not reproduce. Usually does not reproduce. Then we won't be sailors. Then we won't be sailors. 2. I am not sure I can do this. 2. I am not sure I can do this. Was our grandfather a fireman? Was our grandfather a fireman?